Вітаю усіх.
Welcome all. Welcome from Kyiv, from the city center. Welcome all online listeners to the conference dedicated to social school entrepreneurship from idea to success. My name is Natalia Sokolenko. I work at Ukrainian radio and I will be helping you to hold this international dialogue that would include both Ukrainian and German representatives. We will be structuring the day in the following way. Our guests will be speaking, and after each presentation, all of the participants will have an opportunity to ask your questions. You can submit the questions to the organizers. They will forward them to me, and then I will be asking them out loud. And now, in a nutshell, before I give the floor to the participants of the first panel, I'd like to say that this is a really cool, innovative idea of the social school entrepreneurship. It is great that we have it in Ukraine. And it is great that this idea, that this experience of social entrepreneurship is being exchanged between Ukraine and Germany. The Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany, Child Fund Deutschland, and especially huge thank you to the East Europe Foundation for helping to hold this conference and in general for helping to introduce school social entrepreneurship in Ukraine. Why are we learning it from the German colleagues? Because Germany is the birthplace of market economy and social responsibility, social state. Of course, there were also third attempts before the war, but we know the contribution of the first chancellor of the post-war Germany, Konrad Adenauer, who suggested to combine market economy and social economy and create social market economy. And the state like that as well emerged. And social school entrepreneurship is something that emerged from this phenomenon, which allowed to really create a successful state where everybody can grow and become better. And Ukraine is happy to have Germany as a partner, that Ukraine can learn from it and disseminate ideas among the young generation in Ukraine. And now I'd like to give the floor to the participants of the first panel, Joran Ziegler, CEO of Child Fund Deutschland, and Natalia Slinko, Program Director at the East Europe Foundation. Dear participants, you each have 5 minutes. So, Mr. Ziegler, Joran Ziegler, CEO of Child Fund Deutschland, is joining us online. Over to you. Good afternoon. Happy to see you in Kyiv. Greetings from the southeast of Germany. Positive enterprises are shaping the models for the future positive change, play an extremely important role for the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Among other things, we're talking about overcoming poverty, gender equality, renewable energy, sustainable cities and communities, or sustainable consumption in general. Social entrepreneurship and social entrepreneurs need conducive ecosystems to scale up their activities. And the schools can make a huge contribution to creating such ecosystems by means of including social entrepreneurship to the school curriculum, so that the school kids at a very early stage can start thinking and acting sustainably. Because we need more responsible people, and they become responsible as a result of such activities, who are not only led by their own interests, who know that we're talking about the future generations. School social enterprises are not simply the future of the enterprises. They are not simply sustainable. They may be small, but they are real businesses that can have impact. For example, let's take the Green Club from Essen. They hold numerous events in their grammar school, and they are interacting and cooperating with other agencies. Or other example, coffee roasters from Mannheim, roasting coffee and selling these coffee beans. They are investing their profit into social projects, and they are being accompanied by teachers who are demonstrating to the youth how, with the help of school entrepreneurship, you can teach the students basic skills to do their own business. We're extremely glad that such success stories will be presented today, that these children will share their experience at this conference. Child Fund Deutschland, over the recent years, started playing a very important role for social enterprises in Ukraine, among other things. And it contributes to the cooperation between Germany and Ukraine. We are interacting with the active citizens, ministries. We are proud. We are proud because of the successes achieved and are looking forward to upkeeping the good work. Today, I would like to express the gratitude to our partner organizations, East Europe Foundation, 3 Ukrainian ministries, Ministries of Science and Education, Ministry of Youth and Sports of Ukraine, as well as Ministry of Digital Transformation. The German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development is another player would like to express our gratitude to you for such a good support. Thank you. All the best to all conference participants and your future endeavors. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Ziegler. It's truly important to learn from your experience, your technologies, and together build common European space. We truly believe that Ukraine will definitely become the member of one European family, the fully fledged member of the European Union. And this actually is one of the paths that takes us to the European Union, because our children have the same values and they are using the same social and market technologies. And now I'd like to give the floor to Natalia Slinko, Program Director at the East Europe Foundation. 5 minutes for you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, dear participants, colleagues, friends. Today, we're celebrating a huge event. The East Europe Foundation, in the framework of supporting social entrepreneurship in Ukraine, is drawing certain conclusions of our activities in this domain. As it was already mentioned today, our work in Ukraine became possible thanks to the support of the German government and our sustainable cooperation with Child Fund Deutschland. Thanks to the experience and best practice from Germany, thanks to a very practical approach to implementation of this concept in Ukraine, today we can already talk about certain achievements and take a closer look at this work in Ukraine. East Europe Foundation was cooperating with lots of various stakeholders. Would like to express the gratitude to the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine, who are supporting us at the very beginning, when we just have introduced the idea of social entrepreneurship in Ukraine. And today we already have certain methodological framework for the concept of school social entrepreneurship to be further developed, and we will elaborate on that today. East Europe Foundation, as a Ukrainian organization, focuses on development and growth of small and medium enterprises, as well as the environment for various entrepreneurial initiatives. And we've been focused on that for years now. Talking about social enterprises, 10 years ago, we were one of the pioneers who started working in this area. We started focusing more on social enterprises. And very rapidly, 3 years have passed since we have started working with social school entrepreneurship. Our work is based on sustainable experience, consultations with our colleagues from Germany. It all gives us an opportunity to talk and even compare social enterprises in Germany and Ukraine. And today, I would like to make a quick announcement. We'll have the presentations from our partners, from partner enterprises that already are properly established in Ukraine, so please stay tuned till the end of our event today. What else would I like to mention? From idea to practical implementation, there is the path you have to walk. And on this path, there are lots of practical questions about how do you establish the enterprise, about taxation, about sales, about accounting. Within this project, we also tried to provide practical advice to our partner enterprises. And a separate session today will be dedicated to this advice. And it will be presented and discussed today with the participants. So please stay active and submit your questions within this opportunity. And one more thing that is of utmost importance, future institutionalization of the social entrepreneurship development. Within this opportunity, I would like to demonstrate the textbook that was published in the framework of our project. This textbook is a practical guide for teaching social entrepreneurship at schools in Ukraine. It is still available, so please contact us to have this book in your library. The book that can be used by the teachers who work with social entrepreneurship. And this opportunity, I'd like to express the gratitude to those teachers who were not afraid, who decided to lead their local school social enterprises, who brought the kids together and decided to walk this thorny but interesting path and being with us in this project. Thank you so much for that. And I think that we're only beginning this journey. Thank you, Natalia. I believe that those teachers who made a decision to create their social businesses in their schools, of course, had to sacrifice their time, their resources. But they say we all used to be children someday. So I believe that in 10 to 15 years, these children who were lucky to get teachers like that will be extremely grateful to this invaluable experience when they are adults, when they are grown-ups. Because getting business experience at such an early age is already a huge achievement. And now let us move on to the next part of our event, Social School Entrepreneurship, Ukrainian Context. And first, I'd like to give the floor to Olha Shavarova, Program Manager at the East Europe Foundation. She will tell us about Social School Entrepreneurship, resources for development. Olha, you have about 5 to 7 minutes, so that we have at least a couple of minutes to ask some questions. Hi, everyone. Yes, today we are drawing the conclusions of a huge project dedicated to the development of social school enterprises. We will be telling you about our achievements, and I would like to tell you a little bit about what we have managed to do during the project implementation and what resources we have available. So our project for social school enterprises in rural areas and small towns in Ukraine to encourage the youth participate in social businesses in Ivano-Frankivsk, Zhytomyr, and Donetsk regions. It was implemented starting in September 2019 till August 2020, and we are extremely grateful to our partners together with whom we have been implementing this Child Fund Deutschland and Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany. Why did we decide to take it up? Many of you are aware that frequently students have good theoretical knowledge, but lack practical skills. So our project is aimed at creating opportunities for the students to self-actualize in an environment very similar to real life. The concept of school social entrepreneurship was borrowed from Germany, and this is a prototype of a real business that is implemented in education institutions, at schools in our case. The students, with the help of a mentor, are doing business, producing and selling goods and services, and the mission is solving local and global social challenges. Why is this kind of business social? First, because the profit from the work of such business is aimed at either developing and growing this business, social initiatives at schools, various learning activities, and of course, we should mention that the opportunity to learn business at school already is a very important social aim. And the roles are allocated at such enterprises among the students. So it is very important for the teachers to assist the students to be engaged. The students can be the leaders of this company responsible for production or sales. In our pilot project, the students very often swap the roles so that everyone can try doing various things, which allows them to understand what they like more, what they dislike, what are the pros and cons, what else could be improved. And we are proud of having pilot enterprises in 18 schools, 7 regions of Ukraine. Over 5,000 students go to these schools. Today we'll have an opportunity to watch the videos and talk to the representatives of such pilot businesses and learn from them. Why did it pique their interest? How did it impact them? How did it impact their skills? The enterprises are very different. From Luhansk to Ivano-Frankivsk region, they come from all across Ukraine. And I know that in the nearest future, the number of them is gonna only increase. Recently, we did the midterm evaluation, and let me share some of the data with you that we have observed. Over 80% of students said that they became more confident thanks to the social business, thanks to our project. The majority of students think that their competitiveness at the job market has also increased. What lays the groundwork for our activities? In the first place, the curriculum with selectives. The selective that is called social entrepreneurship. Any school can have it. And it is approved by the Ministry of Education and Science. Also, as my colleague has already mentioned, we have the guide or textbook. Social Enterprise, your first startup that was also approved by the Ministry of Science and Education. It can be downloaded online, and you can also submit an application to get the hard copy. We will send you the necessary number of textbooks, so please use this opportunity while we still have them available and submit your applications and requests. We also have very interesting online course for educators that can be found on Zrazumila platform. Over 400 educators have already gone through this training. There you can learn more about how to better teach this subject at schools. We also have mentors who have gone through Ukraine-German program. You can find more information about them on our Facebook page, so please go there and contact them. Very soon we will also have business marathon for school children, where they'll be able to gain practical skills of how to start your own school social enterprise. So summing it up, I'd like to say that it is a very interesting experience of business for children at school, when they can make better decisions as a result of that regarding their future career path. Parents can participate in upbringing their children much better, help their child to learn more about their skills and capabilities, or sometimes even discovering these capabilities. And educators are our innovators in the communities that are engaged in social school entrepreneurship. They also are a part of inclusive, agile, flexible network of school facilities. Please wind up. Right here are all of the useful links that can be seen on the screen now. So please join us. We'll be glad to keep in touch with you and keep up. Thank you so much. And we already are getting some of the questions. I will be trying to allocate them among each of the speakers. The question is, are you planning to scale it up and also cover Zaporizhzhia region, at least in the framework of your project? Our project is reaching its end, but our foundation is planning to keep working in this area, and probably Zaporizhzhia region will also be covered in the future. Thank you. Now let us proceed. And now I'd like to give the floor to Roman Hladkovsky, Chief Expert of the Directorate of Preschool, School, Extracurricular and Inclusive Education of the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine. And Roman, could you please tell us about how social school and entrepreneurship correlates with the new Ukrainian school? Greetings. I'm glad to see all of you at this event. Yes, introduction of social school entrepreneurship in secondary school started back in 2019. And why our ministry became interested in it? You know that now we are reforming the education, especially talking about the secondary education. And in the framework of this reform, Ministry of Education wants to introduce those advanced ideas that are popular in leading countries globally, Germany included. In the first place, I'd like to express their gratitude to our German colleagues and partners for sharing this experience with us and leading by example, demonstrating how their education system is organized and how they are teaching children these business skills, specifically in secondary schools. This pilot project, in my opinion, is the first benchmark that demonstrates that now education facilities, according to the new law on education, on full secondary education, are autonomous and have the right to select various learning programs to satisfy the education needs of the children. Another important thing is that education system, for many years, while our state was developing, changing very slowly, but lately we have managed to accelerate the change, especially when the new Ukrainian school concept was introduced, which is now in place till 2029, 2030, and is aimed at moving to the new learning standards, competence approach in education. So key competences that every child should have after they have graduated from secondary school should be something that they can be later use in life or in their further education. And bringing up new citizens, new Ukrainians, looking up to the best practice of our European colleagues, integration with the European education space and European education system is one of the key things that the Ministry of Education and Science is working on. So first of all, the law on education outlines 10 key competences that a student should obtain. One of them is entrepreneurship and financial literacy. While entrepreneurship, because this is the driving force, which in my opinion will give our country a chance to be one of the leading European countries, because the middle class in every country is what builds the foundation of the economy. And raising this middle class depends on the system of education, secondary education here and now. And I'm really pleased that business, financial literacy, that these are new ideas are now being introduced into education, and that is happening with vigor. I'd like to say that such as selective in pilot regions, we're going to look at their experience closer today. What were the main challenges with introducing it? And the first place, selective lesson. Each of the education facilities wanted to give these new competencies to the children, wanted to implement that in the learning process so that the children can apply it practically. It was already mentioned, our education is mainly theoretical, and this subject demonstrates how practically children can learn how to be successful, socially responsible, active citizens in their country. And this learning program contributes to that. It was mentioned that it was supported by Ministry of Education, so I'd like to say that any school can autonomously also select this subject and introduce it in their school. It does not depend on the region. It does not depend on desires or what the officials want to do. It all depends on the desire of children and their parents, learning new competencies and obtaining new skills. What is the ministry planning to do next? As the new standards are being implemented and business competences are one of the key, starting 2024-2025. And the school, according to the new standard of secondary basic education, a new subject will be introduced that will be called entrepreneurship and financial literacy. So here we're combining two key components. Every person should be financially literate and obtain main skills. Not everybody's gonna become an entrepreneur, not everybody's gonna become a business person, but they should obtain business skills to further self-actualize. That is why, starting the 8th grade, starting 2025, the children will first learn the basics of entrepreneurship. And I think that social entrepreneurship course can lay the groundwork for a new curriculum that will cover all education institutions in Ukraine, will become the foundation for teaching this subject. But there is still a lot to be done, because in the first place, we have to pique the teacher's interest. Organize lots of trainings and seminars so that in the first place teachers are taught how to teach this subject, so that the teachers obtain new competencies and skills. That is why, thank you so much for your attention. And I would like in the first place to express the gratitude to our German partners, East Europe Foundation in Ukraine, all the teachers who are implementing that. You are the pioneers of introducing this learning course in Ukraine. And others will be learning from your experience in Ukraine how to bring up socially responsible, successful European citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Roman. And there is the question for you, but try to be as short as possible, not for us to, well, at last to stick to the regulations. So, it's what's interesting, whether there is the legislation base for the implementation of social entrepreneurship in Ukraine, the social school entrepreneurship, whether there are any rules for the teachers not to be afraid to violate the laws and to involve the educational institution in something illegal. Sure, the legislative framework for the implementation of school entrepreneurship is really weakly developed, but as for the main aspects which the teachers can face during the implementation of this course, they can be read in these guidelines. If you haven't read that before, it's really specifically described how it is done, the implementation is done. Well, that is why it has the name of social entrepreneurship. This name is not in vain, because to use the children's labor according to the educational legislation is just banned. But to create such a project and just to show with the simple examples, well, first of all, we've got huge experience of volunteering activities in Ukraine, widely spread. So using those simple environmental projects, social projects, you may implement the main basic skills on entrepreneurship. Thank you. So concluding that and summing it up, whatever you're interested in, dear listener who was posing this question, as for the legislative framework you can find in this textbook, as the organizers are saying, it is still can be ordered. And now I give the floor to Ivan Savitsky, the co-founder and executive director of the Lviv workshop Zrobiv Tato. Tato did it, Dad did it. He's also the co-founder of the NGO Education for Success. So we would like to hear from Ivan why it's worth to provide the entrepreneurship skills since the early childhood. And the question, what about the graduation from school? What will happen after that with the pupils and students who took part in this social entrepreneurship, if there are some people like that among your colleagues? Well, Roman has told everything about the school. He took some of my words, which I prepared. Yes, we can save some time for the conference. Then I will focus on this target audience, for the sake of which we are doing all of that. The pupils, the children, and the question what is their fate. We'll speak about that a bit later. So we are late. We are being late. Roman has proved that as well, that education is moving by inertia. It is obvious. It's not the claim for the education. It's systematic, huge work, and the reforms are never done in a year or two. But as for the people, the modern children, we are a bit late. At the moment, when we would like to provide them the social component seems to turn out as the inseparable part of their personality, which is cautiously providing entrepreneurship competences into the school. But the children, when they are 12, 14 years old, they have their own patents, they have their own internet stores, they have their own small little businesses. How I like to remember the statement or the research that the modern 10-year-old children are 2 times, 3 times more developed than 15-year-old children 10 years ago. Yes, it's a bit complicated mathematical construction, but it seems that the modern children are getting grown up in the development sphere much quicker. And of course it is what internet helps, the technologies help, the development, the dynamic development of the society. So we are speaking about the children, about their changes. We have those rapid changes of psychotypes of the children. We get used to the millennials and we can instantly see the Generation Z, the Generation Alpha, and now we have the new Coronials generation, the children who are in the second grades who were only in online training. So we need to transform ourselves and to provide the children what they need now. We need to change the system of training, we need to change the methodologies of training and studies and teaching. But how can we find the balance between all of those categories of children? There is one trait which unites all of the children which I listed above. This is kind of efficiency and action, because modern children prefer action than long lectures. When they say that children stopped reading long texts, it's not true. They don't want to have too long theory, and they want to act, and they do act. They are much more acting than we, the grown-ups. Yes, we have certain responsibility, we need to experiment with cautiousness, but still, the issue is that social, well, not even just social, but entrepreneurship is the model of action. I don't know a single out of above mentioned by Roman competences of the new Ukrainian school which couldn't be developed within the entrepreneurship of the school. I don't know a single subject at school which would be impossible to be involved in the school entrepreneurship. School entrepreneurship is a unique model of practical use of gained knowledge. The knowledge in Ukrainian school is really well given, but they don't provide any practice. So knowledge and practical competences are the important skills of a graduate. So what is the social school entrepreneurship? Not in the monetized equivalent, not in the entrepreneurship equivalent, is the development of personality. We don't know who those children will become in 2 years if we speak about the 8th through 11th grades. In several years, maybe some of them will become the entrepreneurs, they will found their own business, some of them will become employees, but the question is which skills they gain, because entrepreneurship is the development of the skills of being an entrepreneur. Please do not mix those two notions, and the skills of being an entrepreneur is activity, being active, and the teamwork, and media literacy, and critical attitude. I can list the whole schedule of skills the children get having the practice in the social school entrepreneurship. When we speak about the entrepreneurship, it is implemented, but when we speak about the social part, I say that sometimes children can even teach us how we should become socially active. And now I have to describe the school part. Let us implement that in the schools. Why? Rather soon there will be a moment when there will be implemented such a, not a theorem, but how can I say, a paradigm that the money is following the children. Everybody understands that it will take place. Who the modern teacher is the one the schools will be fighting for, and the super modern teacher is the one for whom the children and then the schools will be fighting for. And what's the cool school? A cool school is the one which will have a long queue of teachers and parents and children who would like to study there. And to study there, they would like to study not just the subjects for the diploma, for the certificates, just to tick the box. And I would even say the radical thing, not only for the external independent assessment, but for the child to self-consciously understand who he or she would like to be in the future, to implement the potential in the school. And for he or she, according to this basic school entrepreneurship, to develop what after the graduate party won't give the gap won't lead to the gap which we have now, that the school is giving the graduates are beginning the grown-up life, and then with the widely open eyes is saying it is not like that. The grown-up life is totally different from what we were taught about. So just to equalize the school and the adult life, I don't want to make all the children adults. And that is why I like this book, the guideline book. I will remind you about it again, because it is written, I've seen lots of them, but this one is written for the children in the children's language. I do apologize for this game of words, for the understanding of the pupils of the 8th through 11th grades. There are different books like that, and they are written for the students of the first and second grades. And moreover, these guidelines is not only for the teachers but for the parents as well, and for the active children who would like to study entrepreneurship. So it was written by the practitioners who have transformed, I would say, extremely clever knowledge, because when we speak about economics and entrepreneurship, everybody says this is a bit too highbrow, this is economic competences. No, this is just the game we can study. So you cannot just fake the grades there. The social school entrepreneurship, its revenues, its implemented projects is the grade which you cannot fake. You are either the cool social entrepreneur, you have the implemented projects. If you're not cool, you don't have a single projects. You have 1 minute left. Okay, I'd like to speak about the graduates. That's what I wanted to say, that the social school entrepreneurship is developing a huge number of skills which will be necessary for the graduate in their grown-up life. There are numerous. So whatever is shaping the modern citizen, what forms the active citizen, I'm not considering school entrepreneurship as exclusively the gym for the future entrepreneurs. It is the gym for the active modern citizen. But there is the question whether we can follow some fates of the children who used to take part in the social school entrepreneurship at school. Well, I'm not ready to name surnames. I know 2 children from Zhytomyr region. And how are they? How was their life? One of them taking part in the media social school entrepreneurship has formed his or her own vision of the future profession, and is trying to those are 2 ladies, and she's becoming a journalist. And another one is going to Poland to the university for the business administration faculty, but after social school entrepreneurship she decided to connect her life with entrepreneurship. And to conclude, I'd like to express my gratitude to the Ministry of Education that they pushed this driving force and locomotive. Whoever is saying the reforms exist, and the Ministry of Education has done its best for the educators at the places to say that they don't let us. They let you do that, and you should do that. I thank you, the East Europe Foundation and the German partners, that they created this example, because I know thousands of wonderful educators who would like to do that, but they needed to be pushed. So we can see 18 schools already where we have 18 school entrepreneurships only according to the East Europe Foundation, and how numerous they are without the foundation who are working on their own. And an incredibly huge gratitude to the children who allow us to share knowledge, to teach them. And that's it. Thank you, dear children. Thank you, Ivan. And we're going on from the theoretical part, we will be moving to the practical one. So now I invite the participants who are online and to watch the video about the school entrepreneurship, which has the name School Beehive, which is created in Kiev, in Brovary district, attached to the Zavorsky manufacturing combinate, which is specialized on bee and hiving. How the children are implementing this live together with an NGO, our steps. Let's watch the video. Those pupils just at the yard of the school have developed a beehive. Their own ways, they created a startup which has the name the School Beehive. The school children can sell the the honey. So we are creating the gift packages. So far we would like to get to know how to create the honey cream with different tastes and create the candles with the wax. The team decided to go into beehiving within the project of Social School Entrepreneurship. They went through the training, they shared the professional roles, they allocated the roles, they acquired the beehives and the bees. This is the format which is totally new for the Ukrainian schools. That is why there were lots of children who would like to join. So it is promoting, and we're gaining the new knowledge in the sphere of business and economics, and also we are trying to study financial literacy. We are getting ready for the future. Maybe we will become the professional in this sphere. So then they will sell honey to their parents and the local inhabitants, and also through the social media. They want 120 hryvnia for 1 liter. We don't have a gym, and we would like for those finances, for those revenues, at least a little part of them to be spent for the sports gym. The part of the money earned, the school children are giving to the baby house Nadia, where there are the orphans and the children who are deprived of parents. The social school entrepreneurship gives them the knowledge about the grown-up business and also trains them to take care about others. Beehives, well, because first of all, it's environmentally clean. It impacts the development of environmental consciousness, especially among the young people, which gives them the understanding that you need to live in the interaction with the nature, in the harmony with them, and without the bees there won't be a single agricultural crop. In Ukraine, the project is implemented together with the East Europe Foundation and Child Fund Deutschland. The money for its creation is allocated by the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany. Thank you, dear colleagues, the journalists from Hromadske TV, for this wonderful video and their sharing this information on air at your resources. And I have an honor to introduce the characters from this video in Kiev at our conference. So please welcome Anastasia Boboshko, the head of the Social School Enterprise School Beehive. Hello. Katya Slugovina, deputy head of the Social School Enterprise. Hello to you. And Pavlo Dubovy, the head of the NGO Our Steps, together with this organization they have created, and they have this enterprise functioning. So, dear colleagues, you've got 10 minutes for the introduction, for the presentation, how you managed to organize that, who had this idea, and what are the plans for the development for the further life. The idea of the creation of the social school enterprise was getting mature, but for a long time we were in doubts where to move to, and somehow the circumstances were that simultaneously we wanted to implement the project about the bees in Zaporizhzhia, and we've got an opportunity, thanks to East Europe Foundation, to help in the implementation of this project. So without a single doubt, we decided to begin it, without even understanding the challenges which we are facing, because we never did bees before. It was totally new for us. But during overcoming of all of those obstacles, we understood that the team which is working together can overcome any problems and issues they're facing, and the bee family and beehiving is a very nice example for that, because just besides the new competences the participants are gaining with the bees, with the products and how they get it, they also are getting acquainted with their examples. I think that fantastic social institution which the bees show to us, when we can together provide our own work, having a very precise distribution of our obligations, and in this teamwork we can achieve our aims. I think that the girls here can tell perfectly about what we're doing there. Thank you so much, Pablo. Who will be the first to speak? Anastasia Baboshko, like as the head of the social school enterprise, would you take the mic? Oh, you've got it. So, Anastasia, the first question would be from my behalf. Wasn't it scare to deal with bees? Because I'm afraid of bees, as well as the majority of children and grown-ups. So was it easy for you to take this business idea to get into beehiving? Well, first of all, it used to be first totally not that easy. It was even weird a bit that at the school territory, closer to the school, we dealt with beehives. But we began to create a team with other children, and they said, why not? That's an interesting idea. Why not begin? And we somehow turned out to be the strongest and with the biggest stamina, so we decided to agree, and we provided this kind of cohesion and began this business. How much time does it take? Aren't you deprived of the opportunity to get into math or English, or how are you planning the external testing? How did you distribute your own personal time? Would you tell it? Well, first, it seemed to be a bit hard, but then, in fact, it's rather easy. It's much more simple. It's not taking that much of time. We have everything in the order. During the day, we deal with our homework and our lessons. We have some time for personal pastime. But closer to the evening, when the heat is not that over, we can get to the beehives. And we even have the chat where we communicate about our lessons and about our enterprise. And some of the children are writing almost every day, when is the beehive? When are we going there? So we are expecting for this moment when we can finally get there. There cannot be a situation that I'm too lazy, I don't want to go there. No, everybody is wanting to get there and everybody is waiting for that. Anastasia, what's the turnover? How much honey do you collect, sell, and distribute? What do you invest into? Maybe some social projects are getting for these revenues. Well, first of all, we did not pump out the honey so far. The bees need to collect it. They needed some time for adaptation. But we considered that approximately on the 25th of July, we'll have the first honey collection. But so far, we have launched our own goods lines. Those are candles we are creating. So you brought them, right? Yes, those are our candles. Those are the examples of our samples of our candles. And we began to sell them already. We even sold them for a rather substantial sum. And the money is, we are collecting money to share the money. Because a certain part will be given for the enterprise, for its further development. Some part will be given for the baby house, because in the neighboring village we have one, and we are going to give a certain percentage of money to eat, and also the social self-governance at Zavorichi village. Oh, wow, cool, thank you. And Katya Slugovina is with us. She's the deputy head of the social school enterprise. Katya, would you tell about your role and how did you distribute the roles and allocate them? How did the children make the deal, or maybe the grown-ups helped you? Maybe every single one of you wanted to become the head, but you needed to select one person for the ruling position. So how was it, and what do you do personally? Well, altogether, we had a meeting where before that we said that there will be the voting process, so we needed to make up our own mind what to do. The principal and the deputy head, well, there were not that many candidates for the head of the organization, not that many people wanted to take such an amount of responsibility, but it's not that scary as it seems. We are helping each other because we don't have the situation that someone is responsible for something only. We have a team which is very friendly, and we can help each other in any sphere both in security and accounting. And what do you do personally? I'm following all of the processes and monitoring them. And if Anastasia is not there, I'm her deputy. I'm replacing her because I have to follow the accountant to create the records, the books, which we have every time when we monitor the beehives, if everything is okay, or maybe we need to add one more frame to the beehive. And as for the candles, are you selling them? Who are the customers? Who are the clients? Well, with our acquaintances and friends, and so far we did not sell them in Facebook, but soon we'll post them in Facebook and Instagram that we are selling them. Okay, thank you so much. That's incredibly interesting to listen to your experience. And if there are any other questions left, we'll definitely tell them. But the conference should go on, and we are coming now to the next video, the video about the school enterprise print boom. This is the enterprise which is located in Zhytomyr region. Let us watch the success of those children. So you're welcomed by the Zormlanska Gymnasium of Baranevsky Lyceum number 2, named after Sabruk of Zhytomyr region. The first batch of souvenirs at Baranevska community. The presentation of the product for the local authorities. The day of embroidery, selling of their own products. Training on business planning. Production. Sharing of the experience, excursion to Malin city. Memorandum signing with the school of Vorsivka village.
So we have just watched a video about social enterprise called Print Boom. And here today with us is Alexander Bonchuk from this enterprise and Tatiana Zabrodina, the co-founder and chief of the board of the Creative Development Agency NGO. Well, We have seen that with this school enterprise, you have managed to get some quite serious equipment and learn how to use it. So could you please tell us more about that? Who assisted you in starting this serious endeavor and establishing this kind of an enterprise? Alexander, would you like to go first? We were choosing the equipment, and our teachers, please keep the mic closer to your mouth. Our teachers helped us with choosing the equipment. We were looking at the price and quality ratio. So first we had to find the website where we could order this equipment and then choose the price that would be suitable for us. And a question to Tatiana now, co-founder and member of the board of Creative Development Agency. Could you please tell more about this idea? How was it born? And how did you believe that it can be organized? Because it is not a simple thing to do. Good afternoon. I'm not only the founder of the NGO, I also am the mentor of the social school enterprise of the East Europe Foundation. How was the idea born? Ivan Savitsky already spoke. We were working together with him in Baranivka community. It was called Youth Cluster of Organic Business. Ivan was coordinating youth component and I was coordinating business climate component in Baranivka community. When we were introduced to the community, they have a very active principal. Her name is Elena Klapatovska. She works at this school. And she cheers her school a lot. She wants the children from the village to really learn something new. And the idea was born in my mind. But first we were applying with a different idea. And this idea was submitted together with Olena. How did this idea emerge? Back in the day, I used to work with Photoshop, and I understand that now graphic editing skills, knowing how to work with all of this software, teaches children many things. And the idea is to improve competitiveness of children from rural areas in creative industries so that they have these up-to-date skills, so that they understand that they can now create some product and sell it. To do that, we have signed a memorandum with the civil society organization and a school and organized a number of trainings on business planning. Also, aside from theory, children have developed business plan with trainers' help, of course, which outlines everything regarding how they should be working. It mentions the production, communication, marketing, finance. For children to try doing that in practice, there were 3 business games during which they could already test these business skills. And I'm really glad that we have managed to achieve everything that was planned. We have planned to have 30 goods. As of today, we have already actually sold 40 goods. And the children have already earned 7,000 hryvnia, Ukrainian hryvnia, from selling these goods. They will be making decisions, and 40%, this is their business model, 40% of the profit will be used for the enterprise to purchase the necessary materials. 20% will cover the costs that have to do with ads, awareness raising, probably will also have to maintain the equipment, and 40% will be aimed at school development. Sorry, we are short on time. Thank you so much. It's really interesting. Can I ask one more question? Question to Alexander, the representative of this school enterprise. Alexander, could you please tell us your friends and classmates who specifically was interested in this school business? More boys or more girls? More those who have excellent marks or those who don't really like learning stuff by heart but rather want to do something? Or can we not really break them into categories? Look, we were told that we have to engage kids from the 8th and the 9th grades. In the 8th grade we have 6 girls, and in the 9th we have 5 boys, and all had to be engaged. First, to learn more about what it is. Well, now everybody is well aware of what it is, and those who want to keep doing that. Some dropped out, right? Some never even came, never even said that they're not interested. They simply dropped out without informing. And those who keep going, say, you keep doing that. What's next? What are your plans for the future? What else would you like to do? I would like this enterprise to next be inherited. Say, those kids who are in the 7th grade and then they become the 8th grade to inherit this project. But would you like to expand the goods that you are producing? What are your plans? Well, probably we would like more people to learn about us. We do a good quality product. So here is a cup, for example, that we have produced by us. We're ordering the cups from a website, and then we put in prints on them. Can we buy it on Instagram? Not yet on Instagram. Well, looking forward to Instagram, by the way. I think that it is something useful for all social enterprises. You should be open to everybody from Ukraine. I think that many people, if they know that this is a product from a school enterprise, would be more willing to give up their money to buy something from you and support you. Thank you. Thank you. But these are not all school enterprises yet that we'll talk to. Now we're gonna have some guests online. From Luhansk region, the enterprise is called Wood and Kids. This enterprise is located in Popasная District Grammar School, Luhansk Oblast. And we have a video, and afterwards we will talk to the representatives of this enterprise. These children are learning at a school that is located 8 kilometers from the front line. Even despite that, they have launched their first startup that they called Wood and Kids. They are producing goods from wood. We have this equipment, which is the main machine that we're using in our work. With the help of it, we are producing various toys, puzzles, etc. The prices range from 30 to 400 Ukrainian hryvnia. It all depends on the number of details that have to be cut out for a toy. The products are mainly purchased by students and their parents. Over a month, they had over 20 orders and earned about 3,000 hryvnia. Half of this money will be invested into production costs, and the rest to purchase trees that will be planted on school premises. This is how the children want to have more greenery in the town. They are planning to plant 300 trees. Say, for 10 toys, we need 1 tenth of the tree, but the money that we're earning can be used to purchase 5 trees. And they have established their school business within the project dedicated to the development of social school entrepreneurship, which is implemented together with Child Fund Iceland and East Europe Foundation. The money is allocated by the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development in Germany. To launch this startup, Children have gone through trainings, brought together a team, came up with a business idea and developed a logo. I know that he came up with the logo and I thought, wow, my child did that. It's very nice. As a mother, I'm extremely pleased. The students are planning to scale up their eco-business. School entrepreneurship is very widespread abroad. It helps the students to try doing something that adults normally do, to do their business and find their calling. Now we are doing that. And probably in the future, each of the students will be willing to dedicate more time to that. Here is a puzzle that we want to give to you. That will remind you about us, and probably you'll be willing to buy something else from us. We have just watched a video about Wood and Kids UA from Luhansk region. And now we'll talk to Alina Bocharnikova, social entrepreneurship coach. Alina Bocharnikova is coordinator for social entrepreneurship development in Future Development Agency. Good afternoon. And online, Kirilla Pilatsk is with us, the head of Wood and Kids School Enterprise from Hirska Grammar School. Kirilo, are you with us? Welcome. Alina has a presentation of this school enterprise, so over to you. Good afternoon. Today we're extremely glad that we can introduce Ukraine and Germany to our school enterprise, Wood and Kids UA, and demonstrate what they have achieved over the first months of their work. So could you please put our presentation on the screen so that I can tell you more about Wood and Kids UA is and how they work. But you know, adults can tell you about lots of stuff, but actually we're talking about social school entrepreneurship. That's why I'd like to hand over to our head, Kirilla Palatsky, who is a student himself. Over to you, Kirilla. Could you please tell more about Wood and Kids UA? Thank you. My name is Kirilla Palatsky and I'm head of Wood and Kids UA, social school enterprise, and today I would like to tell you more about it. So, the school enterprise was established in 2021 by the students from the 8th, 9th and the 10th grade. We are producing wooden toys, and part of the profit is used to plant new trees in the city. We have our own logo that you can even see on my t-shirt. Check it out. Yeah. Also, we have a mission and a vision. Oh, first I wanted to tell you about what challenge we're dealing with. There is not enough greenery, not enough gardens in the town. As you can see, nobody is going to the playgrounds and nobody goes outside even, because the temperature outside is extremely hot. It's sizzling hot because of scarcity of vegetation. So we're not only creating wooden arts and crafts, but also making the life in town more comfortable. We want to live in the world where all children have both enough of toys and trees. What are the values of the team? We are gaining professional experience and improving our talents. Our talents are our products are very good, and our objective is to earn money, to plant more trees, and to do that by the end of 2021. How does it work? We're working in arts and crafts classroom with this laser engraver. Initially, we work with the computer, and you have seen that in the video previously. And actually, it's not as complicated as it may seem. We need a computer, a laser engraver, plywood, and a little bit of imagination. And this is it. This is what our first product looks like. This is a part of our logo. And this is our first toy, puzzle. And this is our second toy, our second and a half toy, and another half of some toy. So this is what it looks like when you put it together. This is a very popular toy. Probably you have heard of it. This is a toy from the new collection from Minecraft. if you have heard of it. Aside from that, we also have a huge catalog of various toys, educational toys, puzzles. We have a huge list of goods, so if you haven't found something that you would like to have, you can order custom-made toy. Simply haven't told us what you want to get. We'll try to do that. Aside from the toys, we're also producing stationery, decoration, Christmas ornaments, and other things. Thank you, Kurla. Is that it, or is there anything else? No, that's not it yet. You can find more of our goods on Instagram, Wooden Kids UA. Please click on this link or scan the QR code. Follow us, Wooden Kids UA, new toys and new trees. Also, our team obtained lots of experience, and some of the achievements also were made by us. We came up with the idea, brought together the team, established social school enterprise. Initially I was content maker, then I was dealing with the technological side of things, and now I'm the head. Also, we have drawn the logo together with the team. We have a business model, communication plan. We have also launched a store on Instagram, and we have the contact maker Larissa working with it. Also, we have a catalog of goods and products, have obtained equipment, learned how to do that, started drawing our own drawings. Ilya and Danila are responsible for designing. They're very good at their job. And we also have found the first customer. We have the sales plan, catalog of goods, which are very diverse, very beautiful, thanks to our artist, Anastasia. Also, we are doing the content. Kirilo is responsible for that. We have purchased all of the necessary raw materials, have found the first customer that I have already told you, and we have already earned 3,000 hryvnia. And we have just received the first order from business. We're on TV, and now we are talking at the international conference on social school entrepreneurship, which is a huge achievement. This is a great opportunity to present it to Ukraine. Also, I would like to demonstrate some of the behind-the-scenes things. We have the e-doc flow. All of the tables are available online, and every team member has access to them. These spreadsheets help our team to better plan our effort, to do everything on time, and I strongly recommend other teams to have the same. On the next slide, you see that I'm saying thank you to all our team, because we would have not succeeded without Wooden Kids, a wonderful team. And now they are watching us. That is why, hi from them. And this is my favorite team, by the way. I suggest I tell you about how we managed to do that only in 45 days. So let me tell you about how can you, in 45 days, open a school enterprise, which is profitable, has proper production of the goods that you could just see on the screen. And how does it all operate? So we have launched a project together with Herska Grammar School. 2 trainers are engaged. I'm an external trainer who is holding trainings, as well as arts and crafts and computer science teachers. Alexander Shevchenko, who is a trainer who was going through the training together with the school kids. And he is now the mentor of the school enterprise. What did we do? We had 15 classes from April through May. Then, together with the students, we were developing the business model of their enterprise. Now, children keep working with the mentor. I mentor the team, our teacher is mentor of the team. Also, the person responsible for production is a mentor, and now we're handing everything over to children so that they can do that independently. Now on the screen you could see how the training was held. It was all online. We had several offline meetings. We were mainly working in Zoom. using various software, Google Spreadsheets, Google Documents, and Jamboard, and I strongly recommend you to use them. Now you can see 15 modules that the children have gone through. So these were 15 classes that the children have gone through, and they had to do the home task that helped their business become sustainable. The main rule is everything that happens here happens for real. So if we are learning PR and communications, children have to develop business plan, content plan, do topical exercises, write posts, publish them. And this is how they add up more information to their social networks. Another interesting fact is that we wanted children to try doing that hands-on. We wanted them to swap. As Kirill said, he did one thing, then the other thing, and chose something that he really liked. We believe that children should try various options at School Enterprise. And I'd like to say that one more secret for success of our project was reliable cooperation with the partners who have separated responsibilities. 3 key organizations were responsible for funding. Community Development Foundation was responsible for one other component, and Rostambek Nazaro. And this component, Future Development Agency, and the school are responsible for the education component. And we are proud to cooperate with Alena Kaczynska. Thank you so much for being open to cooperation. And another peculiarity is that we have engaged a business partner, Alfasco company, that helped us to properly set up all of the business process so that everything is safe and is compliant with all international standards. So Vitaly, thank you so much. So this is the team. And this is how we launched the School Enterprise. It brings profit. We have already calculated the balance sheets over the months. We have the profit. We have now allocated it. Also left a social component. And this is how we're working. Wood and Kids UA. Follow, subscribe to see what comes next. And buy toys. I am really eager to do that. Tonight, I'm gonna do that. Wooden toys are so trendy. New toys, new trees. Yeah, new trees. That's very interesting that you have decided to also compensate for what you're taking from nature. 2 quick questions, very important questions. Do children get some kind of a payment, a salary? Sure. We do. And if that is not a commercial secret, how much approximately? Okay. 117 hryvnia. But this is just the beginning, and that was already cool. Everybody loved it. Children are very responsible. The money that was earned, they have allocated it among themselves. Some part of the money for social components, some for the production, and the rest that was left, they have equally spread among themselves. As Krilo has said, this is just the beginning, but it is great. First money earned in a socially responsible way. And one more question. Do you have to pay the income tax? It all depends on how the company is registered. Wooden Kids UA is now registering youth organization and will then be working as a youth organization. And is cooperation with the civil society organization mandatory when creating social school enterprise? Or does it only have to do with the grant? Well, if children are engaged in entrepreneurial activity, there should be some kind of the legal entity that lays the groundwork for these activities. So we believe that youth organizations are the tool that can be quite effective for school enterprises. So now we are piloting this model. So there is a mechanism that is described in that textbook. Yes, sure. If you have any additional questions, then please request this textbook. It's gonna be of help. Well, Alina, thank you so much. Kirilo, thank you so much. I'd like to thank all those who were engaged in creating this enterprise. It is Luhansk Oblast, and Popasna district is not the easiest place to live in, but thank you so much for a wonderful Ukrainian language that we hear from children in Luhansk Oblast. Thank you. Let us move on. We have one more video, a video about school enterprise that deals with upcycling. This is a production process when something new is created from recycled material, something that was used by the children. When people are not throwing things away, but rather are using it. So Donetsk Upcycling Design Studio at Biliska Secondary School, number 10. Let's take a look at it. The students in Donetsk are recycling used bags and clothes to create something new. It is called Upcycling Design Studio. This is why students are collecting unnecessary jeans. It was brought in the morning and it costs 400 hryvnia, but it is already booked by a girl. And the students managed to create their own business, thanks to the project dedicated to the development of school social entrepreneurship. In Ukraine, it is implemented by Child Fund Deutschland and East Europe Foundation. And the money for the project is allocated by the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany. The school radio was used to inform about bringing together the team. I ended up here after the school radio announced that they are looking for kids for the project. I liked it. So I said, can I start sewing? And that's what I'm doing. Danilo does that not only at school but also at home. His parents purchased his own sewing machine. To create one backpack, you need 2 to 3 hours. The majority of things are being sold in social networks and at school fair. We had a fair at school, and there we sold, you can see it in the courtyard, we had it basically. It was really cool because we've sold lots of things, so we earned lots of money. This money in the future will be used to scale up our enterprise. The money earned will be used for the field trip. However, quarantine restrictions prevented children from having a field trip. So now the money is used by the school. Also, they are planning to purchase new equipment. And to encourage even more students join their enterprise, there can be several various clubs. But there definitely should be school social enterprise.
Thank you, our young colleagues from Donetsk region, and we are going on. Let us move on to the next very interesting part of our conference, which has the name of Social School Entrepreneurship Experience of Germany. And we will have some of the German speakers who will share the experience, how this story, this school entrepreneurship is developing in Germany, who is supporting it, and how many children are involved in it. And what I have seen online, such an information that altogether in Germany there are already 10,000 of school social enterprises, and more than 130,000 of children, of school children, are involved in this very interesting type of activity. So now I'm giving the floor online, of course, to Dr. Ute Greve. Ute Greve, who is the teacher of economy of practical school seminars and trainings at Reutlingen. And also, Ute Greve is the representative of the jury of junior organization which unites the students' enterprises of Germany. So, Dr. Ute, from you, we'd like to hear which support programs of school enterprises exist in Germany, of course, to try to take them and to copy-paste them in Ukrainian.
Zu dieser Vortragsreihe heute Nachmittag. Ich melde mich hier aus Tübingen, ganz im Süden von Deutschland.
Thank you so much for the invitation. I am speaking from Turin, the south of Germany, and I wanted to tell you what social supports and support systems exist from the ministry, from different networks and enterprises. I don't know whether you have my presentation. Would you give me the right to share the presentation here? I will try then to do that on my own, to share the presentation on my own. And I do hope that you can see my presentation now. Okay, then. So, the support system of students' enterprises in Germany, which exist at our place. Thanks God, in Germany, we have a well established the system of support. This support exists at the federal level, so the Federal Ministry of Economy and Energy in Berlin, which provides support, and at the level of the federal lands there is the Ministry of Economy, the Ministry of Education, the Business Schools Network, which is represented in each federal lands, and also the European Bank of Regional Development. At the federal level, this is the Federal Ministry of Economy and Energy of Germany, that is BMWE, and it offers, according to different initiatives, some of the practical support to implement business projects at school. That is not only we are speaking about the students' enterprises. There can be different concepts there, as we've already mentioned. Lots of thousands of school enterprises have been created, and for those initiatives exist for almost 40 years. They used to be not that numerous, but now there are more and more of them. The support of the Federal Ministry of Economy and Energy is always for free. It's done for free, and it can be used by any single person. And for instance, you can use the model to get the certain support. Here you can have some of the initiatives mentioned, which are given by BMWI for this ministry. I need to change the computer to see this project. You can see the junior project up there. This is the civil entity and organization which is the structure of the institution of economy. There is such an initiative of school bankers or the entrepreneurship spirit at schools. Also, we have the Union of Students Firms in Germany, and I will be speaking about that in more details later. Besides that, we have NAFKI Deutschland, which is also the NGO which is working since 2004 all over Germany, and which is also providing social entrepreneurship competences. School cooperatives and pupils cooperatives get their own support, and whatever is meant with MINT, that is math and other or sciences, which is also having the support from the Federal Ministry of Economy and Energy. There are also some forms of teachers which are provided with the slogan of entrepreneurship spirit at schools. And here you can get to know how important this topic is about the entrepreneurship spirit at schools, or how you can involve the students in this practical way in the school entrepreneurship. Those teachers' forums, for instance, offering some of the discussions among the experts about the challenges which the students face who would like to deal with social school entrepreneurship but are still not experienced enough. If you would like to have such a forum or to create it, you can get such support. There are some of the role games and trainings reports of some of the initiatives like Union or the German Fund of Youth and Children, or when the young people are the founders, so they give the opportunity to cooperate with their enterprises at the places. I will be speaking about such a network as Business School. If you would like to get to know more about such an initiative, for that, we've got the internet page, the web page for that. So the school business web page of Baden-Württemberg, and they're working in Thüringen, where I'm from, and it's also the network of Life, which is working all over Germany, and the network of in Baden-Württemberg is supporting the employers in Baden-Württemberg together with the Ministry of Sports and Youth of this federal land. This network is supporting and coordinating the working groups. So there is such a working group in Tübingen, in Stuttgart. All of that is coordinated through such a service office of school and business. That network helps to share experience, to develop the projects for the partners of the educational policy of this federal land, and is also the partner in cooperation with the schools and enterprises. Here we have a certain council, which is also gathering twice or three times a year, and we also discuss and clarify some of the social issues. The strategic partners in Baden-Württemberg is the Chamber of Commerce of this federal land, or also the Crafts Chamber, or the Union. Such strategic partners are also supporting students, forums, and organizations. They provide support, first of all, when it is necessary to find some partners for cooperation, to find mentors on economy and business, who also are the superiors for the students, enterprises, and companies. Besides that, there is some deal about the intensification of such cooperation with the Federal Agency of Labor. This is working nicely as well. So I would like to speak now about this initiative of Junior. Junior is an initiative, is the LTD organization which 20 years ago has initiated the project which had the name of Junior. And this project is getting support of this network and also by certain ministries. The Junior, the students can create their own enterprises, as you could have heard that already in the speeches. They are selling their products to the customers and they earn real money for that. Not just some toy money, but really real money which they earn. And here we'll discuss that in the following speeches as well. It provides an advantage that the students get to know how the real life looks like in the entrepreneurship, in the grown-up life. They try to create their own departments, different parts with the management, the administration, marketing, manufacturing, and here we strengthen the competences which make young people more ready for the future. The contest of Junior, which is conducted since 2000 annually, it is conducted almost in every federal land. That is, the students, firms, and organizations from certain federal lands take part in such competitions at the level of the federal land, and then they are selected by different criteria how many organizations and firms will take part in this competition, and they announce about the bigger competition which is taking place in the capital of Baden-Württemberg, in Stuttgart. So they nominate some of the winners, and those winners take part in the national finals in Berlin, where all of the nominated candidates and winners are meeting from the level of the federal lands, and there they announce the winners of the federal and national level who are nominated for the European competition. I already mentioned that our students are taking part at the national finals. Here you can see the number. For 20 years in Baden-Württemberg, in this project, there were 1,700, 800 enterprises taking part, involving more than 24,000 of pupils and students. The competition gives them the opportunity to develop business ideas, to test it, to present it, and also to see what the competitors are and how I can create my own enterprise. The young people get a unique opportunity to get acquainted with the social market economy and to get important key competences. As for the personal development, we're not only speaking about the teamwork, we're speaking about lots of other competences, which we will be speaking about later. So in all of the federal lands, which you can see here, in 2019-20, those are the latest figures I could get, there was created 841 students firm only within the initiatives of junior, and with the overall number of pupils, 11,852, which is a very powerful number. It's really significant. And here in the map of Germany, you can see that it's widely disseminated as the students' firms. And here you can see lots of students and pupils enterprises all over Germany. The aims and the intentions of the support of students' enterprises. Why did the federal ministry provide support? Why did the Ministry of Education provide support at the level of federal lands? And why do different networks support that process? Because Germany, thanks to rather scarce mineral resources, needs a very powerful culture of the creating of new enterprises. It needs innovations. It's not only the locomotive for the development of Germany. The more we create the new enterprises, the more we can sell. And it means that this culture of the foundation needs its own cooperation and support, and it should be rooted since the young years. Thanks to the students' enterprises and certain business ideas, young people can gain the knowledge about different models of entrepreneurship for the future. And the students can take part in those school enterprises. They can work on their weaknesses and strengths. They can say that I'm not that big expert in production or manufacturing, but I found out that I am a very nice marketologist. So it can also be important for my future choice of life in the future. One more important point for the support of students' firms is that the schools get their own contact at the topic of entrepreneurship as it is, and which is mostly does not take place in the usual schools. Here we can see the opportunity to be at the same level with the enterprises and to get the same economic partners. And that means, in addition to the above mentioned, the support of school enterprises, which is the investment into the future, we are also speaking about the creative approach, and the earlier this support is taking place, the better you can show your innovative capacities and capabilities. The students have the opportunity to test themselves in the entrepreneurship and also to take some of the financial risks. And, of course, to develop their own personality with the aim of the future profession. The aim of the support is, well, I've mentioned here the selection of some of the traits of character which are being developed. This is stamina, your own initiative, responsibility, ethical and sustainable thinking, the work on practice-driven work, creative approach, motivation, risk acknowledgement and responsibility, strategic planning of the activities, and the abilities to work in the team for the teamwork. Those are the abilities which are needed by the entrepreneur, which shape the entrepreneur, and those abilities, thanks to the school firms, are being developed, thus being strengthened, and of course all of that helps the formation of a personality of the students. And the last slide I'd like to offer to you are the pictures taken 2 to 3 years ago. You can see the goods of the school firms, from the skateboards to the cell phones holders, up to upcycling of the older cassettes, or the creation of the lamps, with the help of those iron components. So you can see there is the tablecloth sewn here. You can see some of the pots for the flowers made of the older maps, and also you can see some of the examples of upcycling for the manufacturing of some of the devices for the cable rods. So this is my report about the support system in Germany, which is practiced at the federal level, land level. I thank you for listening to me, and I will happily answer all of your questions in several minutes, if there are any. Yes, Dr. Graber, there is the question for you. How long does the enterprise exist? For instance, since the moment it was founded, maybe the average term, and some of those who beat the records. Yes, that's a very nice idea to say that they beat the records. If we speak about junior, it's always only 1 year. But if the pupils are getting to schools in September, then the firms are created in October, and in the end of July they are terminated, so they stop their existence. It's going on during the training year. But there are some other projects like school cooperatives, which begin from grade and go on from grade to grade. Or some of the school networks, where they can also go on with that. Junior is designed for 1 year. It is the project for the basic level. There they have some of the limited time for 3 months for the beginners. Are there any researchers? What are the fates of the children who took part in the social school entrepreneurship? That's a very nice question, and unfortunately we don't have any researchers about that. I've created the research about the competences, so I mentioned the results in my presentation, but according to the fact that knowing the data privacy and protection, the personal data of the students cannot be followed. We don't have such an opportunity to provide such a research, considering the protection of privacy data. There are some of the research like that in the US, some of the business studios. Who of those who took part in those forums have become real marketologists or businessmen? I would definitely conduct such a research, but it's impossible considering the protection of personal data and the law about that. So there is the question, can those social enterprises have different conflicts with the authorities? I mean, of different spheres of activities, and how do they solve those conflicts if there are any? I don't know about a single conflict like that, because all of those projects are school projects, and this is how they in fact are taking place within the school only. Well, of course, the sales are taking place in the markets or online, but the students don't have any direct connections with the authorities. They are not in touch with the authorities. And if you mean the legal aspects, then the situation is as follows. If it is a junior project, then there is a department, a legal department, which clarifies all the legal aspects or the issues. If we have some of the food products produced, of course, we need to be compliant with some of the norms and standards, but there are no direct connection and contacts with the authorities. Thank you so much, Dr. Graber. And if there are any other questions, we'll definitely send them to you. And we are going on to get to know about... So, can we go on? Yes, we do. So now we'll have two speakers instantly. That is Norbert Botter, the manager of the Department of the Counseling Service for the Students' Companies in Brandenburg, and Stephanie Mensching, who's the project manager of the same service for the Students' Companies in Brandenburg. So from those participants, we'll get to know how they promote the ideas of school social entrepreneurship in the pupils' companies and students' companies, and we'll get to know about some of the specific success cases from Brandenburg. So, dear colleagues, you've got 20 minutes. We are definitely waiting for your experience. Thank you so much. We welcome all of you from Potsdam. We are so happy that today we've been invited and we can tell you about the activity of our service. We also have got the presentation which we prepared, which maybe you can instantly see. That is, our service is the part of the LTD in Potsdam. Our aim is to improve the chances and opportunities for the education for the youth and the adults in Brandenburg federal land. We will present our counseling service now. Our service will tell about our aims and our offers for the schools in our federal land. In a nutshell, we'll speak about the challenges which can be found in our land of Brandenburg from the perspective of our service, and how we, in fact, solve some of the issues. And in the second part, Mr. Botter will present some of the firms in Brandenburg and the examples of the best organizations like that. Our consultation service for the pupils' companies is the Center Consultation Center service in our land, which has been founded in 2005 with the support of the Ministry of Economy and Finance of Brandenburg land, and also the German Foundation of Youth and Children, which has been mentioned during the previous report. We are working in the multi-professional team of 3 delegated teachers, including Mr. Botter, and also the Ministry of Education of Brandenburg have allocated them. So we have an opportunity to combine different perspectives and to gain trust of the schools. The target group are the teachers and also the school children of all of the forms of schools in our federal land of Brandenburg. So the school children are 12 to 19 years. What are our aims? The main goal of ours is the development of entrepreneurship abilities, dealing on their own independence and creativity, which should be developed among the school children. That is why we consult the students and the pupils as for the foundation and creation of the school firms. Our goal is to integrate the school firms into the curriculum and into this training process. Before that, they've been implemented as the school unions in the schools, and now we're actively supporting this idea since the time when we had to support cooperation links and connections between the schools and the enterprises and the higher educational institutions in the school in the region. Of course, we'd like to strengthen and facilitate the practical orientation of those projects thanks to the cooperation of such partners, and we would like to strengthen the component of the professional job orientation. What are the types of activities and which offers we can provide? We are consulting all of the teachers and students who are interested in the founding and implementation of school firms in Brandenburg land. There are different issues which are asked by those people about the organization, funding, taxation, insurance, control. All of those issues. We provide individual consultations in all of the issues. Besides that, we're offering workshops for the teachers and school children. We're also having different training materials which we have created and which we are giving out for free. All of our offers are totally free for the students. And we're working with the creative approaches, business ideas. We create and develop business ideas together. It's a very popular tool. So this is the business model of Canvas. Some of them may know about that. This is the billboard where you can either collect those business models. All of those materials are totally provided for free at our website for the schools. And also we are offering free workshops, excursions and competitions for the youth where they can take part in and share experience with other participants. Here you can see several more pictures. To the left you can see some of the fairs of the school firms which are regularly and frequently organized, where you can present the products of those school firms. And also you can see the unfortunately, all of that is German language only. To the left, to the upper left corner, you can see the business model of Canvas. There you can see it. And also, in a nutshell, we'd like to tell about the federal land of Brandenburg, because this is the federal land at the east of Germany, at the border with Poland. It is not far from Berlin. It surrounds Berlin. Mostly, this is the rural area. 85 inhabitants per square meter. This is our service center where it is located. As you can see, the peculiarity is that the schools are located far from each other. For instance, in Cottbus, at the southern east, it is 141 kilometers from us, and as for Prenzlau, it's 180 kilometers more. It's a huge challenge for us, which we need to face. 438 schools with the expanded curriculum. 140 of them, as for now, are in touch with us. It's a nice rate for Germany in average. As for the challenges which we are facing, there are three main challenges which have been polished. In spite of the distances, we managed to get in touch with schools, and how we can integrate the school firms in the process of training, and how we can develop and create those firms. And we would like to tell about our strategies. On the one hand, we provide individual consultations at the places And during lots of the years, we have created a very saturated network of connections with the schools. So we are using actively online conferences to overcome those big distances. And during the pandemic of coronavirus, we managed to keep in touch with schools. We are organizing frequent events for the schools to share experience between schools, and also to support contact with us for those schools to get in touch with us. The teachers can use the opportunity of free improvement of qualification. There can be different school forums and workshops, which I already mentioned, different types of those practical seminars and workshops. So I think it's very important that for everybody on some of the individual issues, we are ready to solve them. And as for each important issue, we provide consultations and advice.
And one more important strategy or answer to the question, how do we create sustainable development structures? Well, it required many years, and there was a mixture of public and private partnerships that are supporting our efforts and that are working with us either short-term or long-term. I have already talked about the state support, state facilitation ministry for economy and education in Brandenburg is supporting us. At the moment, we also have the project from UNICEF that is also providing us with the funding. At the same time, we also have lots of private donors. In the first place, various foundations, German Youth and Children Foundation, the Chambers of Trade and Commerce in Brandenburg, as well as other foundations that are facilitating us and supporting us financially. Another important thing is that twice a year we have roundtable, during which we invite all of our donors and we can also coordinate things among ourselves, tell where we are headed, what are our goals and targets, what projects we aim to implement. Another important thing in Brandenburg also is, well, we're lucky in terms of implementing more school enterprises. We have official curriculum. It is partially selective. It is partially the mandatory subject. I'm talking about school entrepreneurship. And the Ministry for Education has developed a strategy, which, of course, helps us to inform the public about school enterprises. And keep in touch with them. Mr. Bada would like to add now. So let me proceed. First, I would like to introduce several school companies. School companies, as a rule, are long-term projects that are implemented at schools. Student companies are making real money. Having said that, they are not real businesses and don't have to be registered. But they have to properly deal with everything that is related to taxation. Our schools and students are insured, pretty much the same as if they were really employed. In Brandenburg, we have the special insurance system. The school enterprises have 5 to 8 children working there, and they are mentored by the teachers. The students are developing their own business ideas, implementing them, such as catering or other projects. Or there are also projects that are related to crafts and arts or technical solutions. Some are working with social projects such as photovoltaics, solar power for school computers, or upcycling. School companies can also work within various groups, or it can also be done during the classes. So how do such school companies work? They create space for practical learning. They are learning how to work in teams, and a lot of attention is paid to competence of the students. Some companies also care for environment or are engaged a lot in volunteering activities. When modeling business ideas, these things also should be taken into account. So there are school companies that are providing services to the vulnerable groups of society or elderly people, work with business, and here we have the combination of business ideas and social responsibility. Various charity events. The part of the income is also used for social goals. These companies are also keeping in touch with other school companies alike, as well as municipal ones. Such school companies normally have a very good approach to working with their peers. Now I would like to tell you about the best practice of our school companies in Brandenburg. We have chosen 3 projects that we'd like to present. 1 from Potsdam, from a large city, and 2 from rural area. One of these schools, one of the companies, is located in Potsdam. This company was established in 2007. It has quite a long history. I am well aware of it, and since the day it was founded, there's been lots of students who worked with that. They are maintaining computers. The old computers are being used. Then they are maintained and handed over to the children from vulnerable families. They also are working with computer literacy. They work with marketing, sales, and accounting. Lots of children from our company are aware of various legal forms of doing business. This company is the joint stock company. It goes to various fairs and has quite good connection with various IT companies in Brandenburg. And it works with youth, younger students who can also be engaged in the activities of this company. And the older students play the role of mentors. Another one is a project in the school that was established in 2006. Back then it was a project work. And it became a mandatory class. So school from the 6th to the 13th grade have a canteen, and they are making food using regional products or organic products. Also, various events are held in this canteen for local CSOs, and the school company also keeps in touch with the school in Uganda. Let me demonstrate 2 screenshots from the web page of this company. Here to the left, you can see the video, but it is quite long. That is why we decided not to show it. And here you can see some of the awards that the students working at this company have received. You can here see the excerpt of the web page where students are informing others about where they source their food. For example, coffee comes from Latin America. And the third and final project is Beholders. This is a school company at a grammar school. We have already seen similar project from Ukraine dedicated to beekeeping. And they're implementing the same project pretty much. Creating various products, working with environment, gaining experience in this domain. And the students in the first place are doing that during ordinary classes. They are aged 13 to 17. They are also producing candles, honey, and other wax products. In addition to that, this company also has their own research facility, and they are watching the bees, counting the number of the bees, their population. Here you can see a student during honey production. Two students are selling honey during the open days. They are also creating their own labels. It is all done by the students from this company. The parents, the clients love it, especially elderly people. And here in the picture to the right, you can see how it all was organized. Thank you so much for your attention. And here you can see our email address. Oh, and one more comment. Together with a colleague from Junior and other German foundation, there will be an international fair that will be held in February next year in Berlin. And lots of companies from Eastern Europe come there. So if there are some school companies from Ukraine interested in participating in that, please contact me. Thank you, Norbert, and thank you, Stephanie. So, what are the conditions for Ukrainian school company to participate in this international fair, this exhibition that you have mentioned in February 2022? I think it would be incredibly interesting for children to go to Germany, to learn more about the German culture and participate in this event, present their product. What needs to be done to get there? So the first condition is the motivation and the desire to participate. It is a 3-day conference. There should be an approval from the school, from the parents, so that legally everything is clear and smooth. To become a condition, and we will provide the food. This kind of trip, of course, requires money. There is a question of funding that is important here. We're trying to attract funding from donors. And if Ukrainian projects are interested, please contact me. Maybe we'll be able to fund these trips next year. Thank you. This sounds very optimistic. And we have another question. You have said that the students are working at school companies even during ordinary classes. What do you mean by that? And how many lessons like that you have a week or some other time frame? Exactly. We can only speak for Brandenburg. We have autonomous education. The federal land is to decide, and curriculum learning plans are different in Berlin and in Brandenburg. Here, the 7th through the 10th grade have the class that is dedicated to labor studies, and this is a selective subject. We have 2 to 3 hours a week that can be dedicated to school enterprises. In grammar schools, there are also 2 hours a week dedicated to this subject. So these projects normally last 1 to 2 years. And the students, despite that, have also to some time invest their free time because you cannot do that within the time allotted. That is why there should be a proper motivation to also dedicate some of your free time to this. And one more question. You have given an example of the enterprise that gets the coffee from other places. You cannot grow coffee beans in Germany. So how does it work? Is it foreign trade? Who helps the students? Who helps the school enterprise to do these international transactions? Well, there are two options. On the one hand, you can establish a direct communication with an enterprise in Nicaragua. You simply sign an agreement with that enterprise. In our case, an agreement is concluded by the school, and everything that has to do with finance and tax is covered by the school union. But the majority of the students who are engaged in these kind of initiatives are doing that with the help of some kind of organization such as fair trade. There is the opportunity for the students to be engaged in this type of business. You see, for us in Ukraine, another thing is obvious now, that we can create some supra-entities that would unite all of the social enterprises and assist them globally, so that they can expand, enter new markets, and also get some of the raw materials that are not available in Ukraine. Thank you. It was invaluable for us to learn about your experience structure-wise, idea-wise, and learn about the international exhibition, international fair, next year in February. So you should be waiting for the emails. Now we're moving on. And we have more speakers from Germany, Dunya Moment and Miriam Laskovsky, who are students, company representatives. It will be incredibly interesting to see you and to hear you. And Tristan Becker, the responsible teacher at the company of this school enterprise. And they will tell us about how to think globally and act locally, global aims and local actions. We have a video. Before we start the discussion, a video about this school enterprise that is called the Green Club. So let us take a look at it and then talk to the teacher and students.
Ah, da seid ihr ja. Herzlich willkommen im Schulgarten. Moritz und wir stellen euch heute unsere Schülerfirma The Green Club vor. All das begann vor Millionen Jahren. Was? Wir haben nur 2 Minuten. Okay. Der Green Club ist 2019 aus einem Projektkurs entstanden, mit dem Ziel, das Thema Nachhaltigkeit mit Hilfe von Projekten und Konzepten endlich in den Schulalltag zu integrieren. Ganz nach dem Motto: global denken, lokal handeln. Heute ist der Green Club für alle Schülerinnen und Schüler zugänglich, um gemeinsam in eigenen Projekten an kreativen Ansätzen rund um das Thema Nachhaltigkeit zu arbeiten. Und das auch über die Schule hinaus.
Der Green Club erzielt mittlerweile durch verschiedene Projekte Einnahmen. Zum Beispiel verkaufen wir hier frische Pausenmahlzeiten, die von einem Bäcker aus der Nachbarschaft kommen. Aber auch Schreibwaren wie Blöcke oder Hefte aus recycelten Materialien. Durch die Einnahmen können wir immer wieder neue Produkte anbieten und Projekte umsetzen wie
die Photovoltaikanlage für jedermann, die wir zusammen mit der Solargenossenschaft Essen, bei der wir seit 2020 auch Mitglied sind, vertreiben.
Durch den Green Club können wir bereits jetzt in der Schule schon viel für unsere Zukunft tun. Dabei steht neben dem Thema Nachhaltigkeit auch der Zusammenhalt des gesamten Teams im Vordergrund. Denn hier ist keiner wichtiger als der andere. Wir wünschen allen Mitbewerbern ganz viel Erfolg beim Kinder- und Jugendpreis für eine hoffentlich nachhaltige Zukunft. Gemeinsam.
Вас побачити так багато.
It was great to see all of you live there. And it is great that it was in Essen. And Essen, you know, is some kind of a production land, something in between Donetsk and Dnipro, which had transitioned a revolution from the old industry to the new post-industrial economy, and did a lot to change economy in this city. I was at Essen, and I really liked it that now I could just see people from this wonderful city. And I have already announced before, we will be talking to the students from this school. Dunya Mamant and Miriam Laskovsky are here with us. And the responsible teacher, Tristan Becker. Over to you.
So the Green Club is the first school company at our school.
And it was created 2019 in a project course. So students who want to participate there can make the world to a better place, more sustainable.
Right. At the start, we only had 22 pupils developed in individual projects, and they put them in practice like it was a sustainable development, and each member of the group had different projects. So at the end, they had several projects. And in 2018, it actually started. We was on an event, Start Green School event, and then the idea of founding a sustainable student company actually came. And the goal of the Green Club here at our school is we want to make the everyday life of the entire school and community and neighborhood more sustainable. So we don't just want something for us, but also for our neighborhood.
And now we start with our projects. The biggest project is our Fair Trade School Shop, where we're providing the school community with sustainable food, drinks, and snacks. The food is from our local baker, and we include vegan bread and other types of pastry. And our drinks are in glass bottles because it's more sustainable. And we also sell like chocolate, gummy bears, and chips.
So we also have a table water system, and this table water system was set up in the year 2019. Actually, it was a project from a girl which was in the Green Club before, and she wanted to change something because a lot of people use so much plastic bottles. So what she did is she set up within company and water table system which provides chilled and filtered table water, and all pupils can tap it, and it saves a lot of plastic bottles in disposable cups since everyone taps their water with their own reusable bottle. So then we don't only educate people from the 11th grade, for example, but we can also educate people from the 5th, 6th, or 7th grade, so they can take something for them for their future. Maybe they will use it also at home.
And instead of only selling food and drinks in our shop, we also sell writing materials like notice blocks and folders in every color. And we're working on a website so we can sell them online to other people outside our school. And there are sustainable, there are 100% out of recycled paper. And for every order more than €3, we plant a tree. So there are 2 in 1.
All right. We also had a project with the bicycles, which was also met again by a pupil, a boy in the project group in the year 2019. And, we get to know that the number of those who come to school by bike or scooter has increased immensely. So we purchased scooter stands. At the start, the city didn't want to give us any more stands, but when we recognized that there are so many students who take their bikes with them to school, we decided to further promote sustainability at the school. And then we, together as a Green Club, decided to cover a part of the costs for the scooter stands. So then they don't need their dad or mom to bring them with the car. They can come themselves with their bicycle. And they don't only use it here in school, but maybe when they're home or want to go with their friends out. So we don't do something only here in school, but also they can use it in their free time, because then they have their bike. Rebecca?
So the next part was a solar deal. And originally it was our plan to install our own solar system on our school roof here. And the own photovoltaic system planned as first could not be realized. It was very difficult because of the community and here to realize it in Essen. We decided that the solar cooperative submitted the proposal to us to become an institutional member. So we become a solar cooperative member of the solar cooperative here in Essen. And this gives us opportunity to sell this solar panels just like these to everyone at home. At their balconies or in their garden, so we can bring the solar panels to everyone in Essen, the Ruhrgebiet, or perhaps in Germany, perhaps in the future also across Europe. And this offers us a long-term project which is sustainable and profitable. Thank you, Dunja.
And we have our own school garden where we sell and where we plant vegetables and fruits, and we have our own bees, and they produce honey like this. And so we can sell honey in our shop too, and it's really sustainable. And we are working on our own fashion line, the fair fashion, because it's important that we don't use fast fashion because it is not good for us. So the materials of our fair fashion are sustainable, and the coloring is sustainable too. So then we want to put quotes like "Save the World" or our mascot. Here on the right on the shirts.
Right. So we also have something to do with donation. And what we do, we collect donations and pass them to our partner, Viva Con Agua, which is an organization which takes these donations we give to them and sends them to South Africa. And now you may ask what they do with the money in South Africa. So what they do is they build water fountain constructions. And with this water fountain constructions, people or children, even children, which is important, can have water, because, in South Africa, the situation there is very bad. And what they also do is that they talk with them about hygiene. So as you know, that the hygiene is not there the best, and they educate the students. And our money, which we send to them, or better to say donations, helps them to provide this money to the people there. And how we do it, so we set up a donation link about the website GoFundMe, and we always send this link to organizations or people and tell them about it. Hey, let's donate or come do something. And we also set up donation cons in different shops, so we can also have donations there. So what we think here about is that we always act locally, but we know also have to act globally, so other people who are in need can profit from it.
And then we had our first Japan exchange between our school, the Wolfschule, and the Asaka High School in Japan. And we worked on projects we built up in groups, like 2 children from our schools and 2 from the other, from Japan. And we worked on the projects with the SDGs. These are the Sustainable Development Goals. And here are some examples of the goals.
So, their one goal was sustainable lifestyle. This group made an Instagram page, and in this Instagram page, they post like something, how you can have a sustainable life, for example, even if it's only to use less water. And then we had my group, Zero Hunger Group, which was with a Japanese girl. We built up, or going to build up, better to say, a website where students in the age of 10 till 17, I would say, can go and donate something, but also can educate this platform. So it's going to be their comfort zone. And we also had some plans with child labor, what we can do against it. And another big project was the gender equality project. And the group planned to do a podcast on Spotify, which is also available hopefully soon for you. So they talk about gender equality and how we have to do something against it. And then we have also the SDG clean energy or climate action. And there was a group who is going to plan to build straws which are sustainable, because then we have again this aspect of plastic. And over the years, we also were nominated for several award functions, and we actually won the Kika Award in November 2020. And which is a very big award for us, because Kika is the biggest TV channel in Germany for children, and when we was nominated there, we felt honored because someone recognized our work. And we also were nominated in the Allianz Climate Prize in 2019. And actually, I have to say, we are currently again nominated for the German Children and Youth Award, which is the biggest award function here in Germany. And again, they came to us and say, come, this is something nice, you should participate. And this is what makes the Green Club, so special. Yes. So to sum up, we both are from the third generation of the Green Club, and the Green Club isn't just a project which is here for 2 or 3 years. We're looking up for the future, and the next generation is after the summer holidays, and a lot of pupils are very interested there, and we are happy that we can make our Green Club more bigger than it is right now. Yes.
Thank you. So I guess we can pose the questions, So I'd like to add about my own impressions when I visited Essen. There was a huge mine in the city. Now it's closed, and they have the Museum of Contemporary Art now. So it seems to me that Ukrainian pupils and students and school entrepreneurs from Donetsk region or Lugansk region would be really interested to get acquainted and to get in touch and in contact with the school children from Essen, because you can see that even if the mine is closed, how it's called the budget creating enterprise, the life in the city is not ending, but vice versa, it gains the new breath, they create the new creativity spheres, so you can also share this experience as well. So the question is the following: how many children are involved in the enterprise of Green Club, and how do you organize communication? How do you communicate with each other? How do you take any of the decisions as for the new spheres and activities, as for the improvement of efficiency, as for the participants in different school fairs and competitions and so on? So how do your teachers help you, and where is your own zone of independence? So which decisions are the children taking only?
Denia to Ukraine. Thank you for your interest, and I will answer the first part of your question, and then Miriam and Dunya would go on. So how do we communicate? We see us all the day in the school. We have a certain topic. During the school class, we have 2 hours per week, and I'm the teacher for this event, and so I can communicate directly. And also, we have a channel here on Instagram or on our homepage, so we can communicate with other schools. It's very important because Dunya and Miriam, thank you for your speech. They mentioned our actions with Japan. So also best greetings to Koriyama City with the SDGs. Mr. Watanabe, Koriyama, Japan is a very important partner for us. And so we can go on like an email exchange via Zoom, like us to Ukraine. And I never have dreamed of this. Since 3 years here, we started like a little school shop, and then now we have participations in Ukraine and Japan, and we can go on, work locally, act locally, and think globally because of the United Nations global goals. This is a very good motivation. So we communicate directly in school and above through social media, Instagram, and our homepage, thegreenclub.org and DE. It's very important for us. Miriam and Dunya, how can I help you as a teacher?
When we have questions, we can ask when we have project course 2 times a week, or over our smartphone. We have a group, and then we can ask whatever we want.
Right, and as Rebecca knows something from the other generation, you always give us tips like, oh, do this, but the first thing when we came to the project course was do what you like and do what you think is great for our environment and for our school. And I think this was the most important fact, that you give the students something to do what they want. We had this SDGs, and we was like, first, oh, they're great, so we can say which one we take. And then we always had Mr. Becker, who told us something about the SDGs, which a lot of us didn't know before. So I think the teacher is someone who supports you. It's only possible to do this all with Rebecca, because you need someone who make something like this possible, and then you have someone who can answer all your questions, and then this is your teacher. It's like your best friend when you do a project, because he can help you anytime and anywhere.
Thank you. And one more short question for Dunya and Miriam. As for now, are you connecting your future life after school with entrepreneurship, with what you have been doing in Green Club? Maybe you've got some of the skills which you'd like to develop further in the profession, maybe marketing, maybe manufacturing and production, maybe international economic activity, or still the university. In the future, you will choose some different specialization.
I can talk about my own experience. As you know, my project was the Zero Hunger or the cooperation with Viva Con Agua. And what I'm going to plan for the future is that when I ended school here, I still want to be a part of the Green Club because it was like the best opportunity that was given right now till in my age that it was possible for me. And when I go to university, I still want to do something with kids and my own. I want to be a teacher in the future, and I can imagine to educate people from the first or second class, because I want to be a primary school teacher. And we only have the system, unfortunately, here on our school, and I want to bring it to children who are 6, 7, 8, or 9, or 10. And this thought is only possible because I was in the Green Club. I think if I never get the chance to be here, I wouldn't have the mindset like this to be in the Green Club and educate people still in 5 or 7 years when I'm ended my university journey. So I'm very open-minded for the future, and I'm happy to share my acknowledge that I got in the Green Club, with being sustainable, why region is important, or why you need sustainable fashion. All these aspects I learned here in the Green Club, and I'm happy that I can, give it to someone else or to the future, which are children.
In the future are more people in the Green Club, and I really want to help them to reach the ideas. And I think what was I say? In the I can't say anything.
What you want to say is that.
Thank you.
Дякую вам.
Thank you so much that you shared my experience. I wish you success. And in both in the training, in the studies, and in your further life under the impact of your unique experience of participants in the School Entrepreneurship, for it to be as nice as possible both for you and your communities and for your country and the whole world, in fact. Because you were acting locally but thinking globally, and we understood that already. So of course we would be very happy if the Ukrainian school children could also make friends with you like you have made friends with the Japanese children. So we wish you success, and thank you, Mr. Becker, your teacher. So we are going on, and we'll have one more story from Mannheim, that is Baden-Württemberg land, and there we'll have the children and the teachers of the firm of School Enterprise, which has the name of Coffee Roasters. They will be their report with the topic drink less coffee but high quality coffee. So this is the enterprise which produces coffee, and we also have a video about this School Entrepreneur Enterprise. Let's watch it, and then I will introduce the pupils and the teachers who will share this experience with us. Thank you for the creators of this video, and now it's time to introduce our virtual friends with whom we'll communicate. That is Nadine Beitinger, Fabian Weber, the pupils and the representatives of the firm, and the managing directors. Those are the superiors who are coming to us online. And then we will have Nina Brosda and Paola Brosda, who are the representatives of this firm. They are dealing with accounting. And the responsible teacher of the firm, Alexander Putier, who will be connected in touch with us. And I am waiting them to get online with us in our conference. So far we don't see our colleagues, but we do hope that soon we'll see them. Here they are. The first participants is here. And then I would ask our guests, would you introduce yourselves before you speak for us to understand who of you is here with us? So, please, we are waiting and listening to you, listening to the story how this enterprise was created, why coffee, in fact, because I don't know how it is in Germany, but for Ukraine it is unusual that the children are consuming coffee, moreover making it the topic of their school idea in the school enterprise. Why coffee then?
Hope you can all understand me well. I'm the teacher, Alexander Putier. I warmly greet you all in the name of the host student company. I'm very pleased about your invitation and the opportunity to present our student company today. Our school, the Ursulin-Gymnasium Mannheim, is located in the south of Germany. And yes, the idea of founding a company arose 3 years ago after I had previously addressed the topic of coffee in the course of the class. The subject calls Science and Technology. The students were enthusiastic about the idea, and so we were able to start right away. We didn't have any startup capital, but the school gave us a small loan that we could use to pre-finance our first expenses. And as we founded our student company, we were supported by Dr. Steffen Schwarz and his company Coffee Consulate. Dr. Steffen Schwarz is an important key factor for our success. And the local company, ECN, made it possible for us to buy the equipment at a discounted price. And so we were able to start soon. It started right away with the catering at a major event. And so we could quickly look forward to the first income. We earn real money and we donate our profits to local and international associations that campaign for human rights or nature conservation. When it came to implementing the idea, it was particularly important to me that it was a holistic project. Pupils should get an insight into the market economy, but also into the work of a graphic designer and the craft of the coffee roaster. I also really wanted us to have direct contact with our coffee farmers to be able to purchase our coffee directly, and also for the students to have the opportunity to improve their foreign language skills and to grapple with the question of what is meant by a sustainable and really fair, yes, actually direct trade product understands. In this way, the students not only get to know the business, but also and knowledge about coffee, like you said, they also become critical consumers through their work. And I'm very happy that I have now found very committed students whom I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate for their great work. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we can see the accounting documents. So can you comment on that?
Hello, here are Nina and Paula. Good afternoon. Before Nina and I start our presentation about accounting, I want to thank you all for giving us the opportunity to talk here today, but I also want to thank every one of you for showing up. So Nina and I are the accounting of the coffee company. And our job is to keep track of the company's finances and create invoices and quotes. Once we get a new invoice in through our store, and I am responsible for creating the invoices. Once created, the invoice then contains the invoice number, the current date, delivery address, the selection of coffee and its quantity, and the total price. This invoice is then forwarded to Fabian to further processing for shipping.
Yeah, now Nina, so I am talking. So I print out the invoices and keep the accounting folder. And in this way, I can control the company's income and expenses. And in this way, the accounting is based on a division of labor. So in general, Paula creates the invoices and I keep the folder. Yeah, this is now the task of the bookkeeping of our student company. And now Nadine is going to give us more information about our fair trade actions. Thank you.
Yes, hello. Like Nina and Paula said, I say something about our sustainability. First, we have the system of direct trade. So the coffee beans will get from plantation direct to selling, and so there's no import-export or a middleman or cooperatives. In addition, the transport rate is much smaller, and with direct trade, there is no additional costly intermediaries. It supports the development and collaboration with local farmers. Also, the local farmers will get more money for their working. And that's one of our points in sustainability. The 5 goals of sustainability are the 5 priority, conscious consumption and quality improvement and economic growth and better working conditions and the climate protections. In addition to that, our student company would like to improve the situation for coffee farmers and would like to protect forests, waters and floors. We want to improve a sustainable coffee growing with stable prices. And yes, our goal is to create awareness for a really fair coffee and also for the environment. We focus more on quality than on quantity. Worth mentioning is also that the money from the sale of the coffee beans goes directly to social projects and environmental projects. In the end, I talk a little bit about our farmers because they are also sustainability. Our coffee beans come from family-run businesses who value sustainability, high quality and fair working conditions. And those are located in El Salvador, India and Mexico. In El Salvador, we have 8 employees, and 80 harvest helper. In India, there are 88 employees and 225 harvest helper. And in Mexico, there are 60 employees and 600 harvest helper. And they produce at least 100 tons of coffee beans per year. And our importer for our coffee is Amarella, which is located here in Mannheim.
So now we've heard something about fair trade, but let's move on with corporations. Corporations are really important for us. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention so far. When it comes to pulling new strings for a company, it is particularly important first to conclude cooperation agreements in order to gain advantages for one's company. In our case, we have three firm corporations at the moment, which I may present to you now. So, first of all, I would like to introduce the cooperation with ECM, where we have access to special barista machines such as coffee roasters, coffee foil machines, and so on. But they also offer us repairs and also machine knowledge. Then this is like our basis for the production of fully automatic coffee. Our next cooperation, on the other hand, is the basis for purchase of coffee. Very important to us is the cooperation with the consulate in Mannheim. short time ago, we were allowed to roast there, but due to the coronavirus, we weren't allowed to roast for a long time because we weren't allowed to meet up. Our coffee is now delivered from different farms, as Nadine already mentioned, and roasted on certain dates. Very important for us is also the marketing of our products. So in order to attract new customers, we have decided to cooperate with the Arriva Hotel. So we are allowed to bring our coffee to their hotel for their customers. But in addition, we can also do internships there if you're interested. For the resume, this of course looks really great. So I would like to thank you again for your uninterrupted attention, and here we end our presentation. There will be now one more video, and it shows how our coffee is being roasted and made. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, we're just having a bit technical problems. I don't know if I can just play the video. I'm sorry. Then we just finished our presentation, and we're at your disposal for any questions.
Are you drinking coffee? Do you drink coffee yourself?
No, I don't personally drink coffee because I don't really like the taste right now. But I think maybe if I grow up, maybe I will. But I like the smell of our coffee, but I actually never really drank every morning. So coffee is not my favorite drink.
No.
And an important question, you mentioned that coronavirus, the pandemic, really impacted the activities of your school enterprise, but it did not stop the activity. How could you say, how did you overcome in your enterprise to go on with these activities? How quickly did you understand that you will have to work under the new conditions of pandemic? Were you lost a bit, or maybe you or your teachers helped you to overcome this feeling of being lost, and you understood that your school enterprise can work and function under the new conditions?
Of course, in the beginning of Corona, we were like kind of lost because we didn't know where are we going to meet up, how are we going to communicate. But as soon as our school set up a Teams account for every student, we were able to chat to each other. This kind of made it more easier for us. So this was like the connection where we kept kept talking and texting. But yeah, as you said, it was really hard for us because we weren't allowed to meet up. So like roasting was really bad because we couldn't go roasting for a long time, and our business then was kind of running slow because our coffee kept on getting smaller, and at one time we didn't have so much coffee left, and then Corona, it really got better, and then we could go roasting again, and this was really good for us because our coffee was nearly finished up. But I would say Corona didn't actually stop us because there's always something to do. I'm always like accounting or selling or getting new ideas how to sell, or yes.
Yes, and second factor, we closed our shop for a time and have paid attention to the real roasters to support them in the crisis, and with the press, for example. And yes, we send a sign of solidarity, and yes, in this way we take our activity.
And one more question to the responsible teacher of the company, if you can hear us. Alexander, how can you assess the impact of this business processes, production side on the students? You have already mentioned that they improve their foreign language skills, but what else is improving? What other subjects are they getting better at? Or maybe, on the contrary, they're not as good with other subjects because children are part of this company.
It's a pleasure to me to work with students. It's other thing than in the just in the school subjects where we have to do what we have to do, and the students learn many things about economy, about the nature, which is important for the coffee farmers, for the coffee plants, and the students have to get knowledge about graphic design and how can I and the marketing of a product. And it is another thing when you learn just from a book. And so they can learn by doing, and this is important. And I'm very happy about that we can do this in our school.
Thank you so much, and I'd like to wish you every success in both education and with your school enterprise. Once again, I'd like to thank all of the participants from Germany who have joined us online, who have stayed with us. It is great that everything was fine with internet connection, that we could hear and see you well. And we hope that this conference will become another step towards friendship and cooperation between German and Ukrainian children who work with school social enterprise. And of course, we're extremely grateful to the teachers and other adult mentors who are helping children to become better. And now, let us go back to Ukrainian experience. And now we're gonna have two videos from Zhytomyr Oblast. Video about two projects. Social School Enterprise, a farm for growing vegetables that is working with microgreens, and exclusive company at Lukivsk Secondary School. And let us see what these two companies are doing with. After the videos, we will have a panel discussion dedicated to social school entrepreneurship in Ukraine, challenges and perspectives. Now, let us take a look at videos from Zhytomyr Oblast. In Berdichev, in a special school, there are children with mental disabilities. Some of them do not have parents or home. To help them adapt to adult life, the education facility is working with social entrepreneurship. And the team of the students has started their own business. We decided to grow microgreens because in the first place, this probably help them earn money in the future. That was also allow them to obtain practical skills. And they are also eating useful vegetables, which keeps them with good health. Microgreens are the sprouts of various plants. They contain 5 times more vitamins compared to the grown species. Here we have the vegetables that are extremely useful for you. The chickpeas, 50 grams of microgreen cost 35 hryvnia, and the wholesale purchasers can purchase it at a lower price. They are working with local enterprises who are purchasing microgreens for their cafes and shops. The part of the money earned is reinvested into the project. We have a wonderful club. That is why we decided that the money that will be earned will be used to purchase the clothes for our drama theater. When developing this business, students could play various roles. They were working as heads of the startup, accountants, And we are taking care of microgreen vegetables in turns. Social School Enterprise is quite a new thing in Ukraine, which is implemented together by the East Europe Foundation and Child Fund Deutschland, and the money is allocated by the Federal Ministry for Economic Development and Cooperation of Germany. The work with social projects both helps our society to be ready to accept people with mental disabilities and demonstrate how these people should be treated tolerantly, because they are, in any case, our future citizens. Even on a vacation, these children are coming to their school to do their first business. The team of 20 students of different age is using 3D printer to produce various goods. Ksenia is the head of the startup. She's from the 10th grade. She has an accountant, marketing, professional, PR professional. First, we had a training, and then the printer was delivered. And several weeks later, we started printing things, and several items were bought right away. We didn't know how to work with that. We had to learn how to work with the printer to decide who does what products we could sell to the consumers. And the children have gone through 8 trainings. And the plastic is environmentally friendly, which is made of corn syrup. In the future, regardless of what career path they'll choose, let them learn a little bit about how money is earned. In general, the children have earned over 2,400 hryvnia. Using this money, they are planning to have a field trip in Carpathians. What can we do? Have a field trip or some study tour? Because it is quite difficult to go somewhere. Not every family has the money to send their child on a field trip. Now the children are planning to expand the number of goods produced. Social enterprises at schools are widespread in Germany, but quite new for Ukraine. It is implemented by the East Europe Foundation and Child Fund Deutschland. The money is allocated by the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany. So now they know more about economy and economic notions. The children have realized that you have to also properly interact as a team. The school social enterprise can produce any goods or services that are sustainable. So the clothing, produce accessories from recycled materials, grow vegetables, or do something else. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank our colleagues from Hromadske TV who have created such wonderful videos about school social enterprises. And let us move on. Now we're going to have a very important panel discussion dedicated to social school entrepreneurship in Ukraine, challenges and prospects. Let me introduce the participants. Irina Belaeva, Director of the Department for Youth Policies of the Ministry of Youth and Sports of Ukraine. That's you. Ruslana Karenchuk, Project Manager at DIA, Digital Education. Hello. Artem Kornetsky, Co-founder and Chairman of the Board at School of Me. Hi. Larissa Shkurka, Director of the Audit Company Compass Group, Auditor, Counselor on Financial Management and Organizational Development. Hello. And Jana Homnitska, Acting Director of Berdychev Special School, Zhytomyr Oblast. Welcome. We're gonna work in the following way so that we have everything discussed. Each of you should name the biggest challenges for the social entrepreneurship in schools in Ukraine. Could each of you name 3 challenges? If you have fewer than that, that's okay. You can name as many as you want, but not less than 3. I'm gonna write them down, and we will see as a result of our brainstorm which challenges are the most pressing. And we will discuss what do we do with these challenges And what are the prospects for us after we overcome them? So, who is ready to be the first? Maybe Jana goes first. In your opinion, what are the challenges for social school entrepreneurship? It works. When we started working with social school entrepreneurship, we saw several challenges. First, working with children with mental disabilities and preparing the society to accept such children. Also, teaching the children basics of economics. And of course, preparing children for their future jobs. I'm talking now from the perspective of our students at our school. Jana, I as a moderator should now remind that now we're talking about social enterprises in your education facility, because this is an unbelievable story. When I have learned about it, I was astonished. So could you please tell more about it? Yes, I'll be brief. Because we always are thinking outside the box. When we started working, we were probably the only school, special school, that was working with social entrepreneurship. And we're extremely proud because today we're here and we can tell you more about our students. So children with mental disabilities, yes, all children who participated in this project, because all of our students at our school have mental disabilities. This is a special school for children with a special curriculum, children with intellectual disability. And why was it important for us to do that? Because all these children are orphans or who do not have guardians. So the school is responsible to prepare them for the independent grown-up life, because then these children will become the part of the society. And they have to provide for themselves, for their family, have the skills necessary, know how to do things in life, how to look for the first job and employment. And such projects allow you to find a job opportunity. So it was extremely useful for us to be a part of that project, and we hope that it will keep existing and many other projects will also come up. Thank you. This is an unbelievable experience, and we hope that your experience, the experience of your education institution, will be scaled up across Ukraine in all other education facilities. Thank you. Next, Artem, over to you. Hi. What are the challenges? The challenges, well, look. This topic is for the pioneers. It's quite innovative. Today we had some great case studies, but it is not a popular topic. So the biggest, making it popular, yes, right, probably it will never become as popular as I would like it to be, but I think that this is important. And one more thing. Something that relates to the first one. For it to become popular, it is necessary to have proper state support. Within this project, important steps have already been taken. There is a program that was approved by Ministry of Education and Science and a textbook that was approved by them, but there should be more support in various formats, including at the local level, in some youth centers. This topic should be something of a priority, and you have probably heard that in Germany, it is not the Minister of Education, but the Minister of Economic Development and Trade takes care of. Well, yes, they allocate the money, they see. Yeah, this is an interesting topic, because here we're talking about the several ministries. There is youth and sports, economy and education. So we can work with three areas, three components that the state could be engaged with, and it would be great to have some kind of synergy. And one more thing, another challenge that has to do with the school companies at the local level. The challenge is that we have to provide with rotation because children graduate from school. And we're developing this project. They are great. And some children have graduated school, but the company stays there. And this is a super task. For the adults, to have this sustainability and continuity. Thank you. Larissa? Once again, good afternoon. I'd like to add to what was mentioned by previous speakers, but I would like to say that this probably is one challenge that exists as of today. Our poor legal framework for social enterprises. And I work with it. Why is it weak? The school companies are asking a lot of questions about how do you establish such a company. Should it be a limited liability company or CSO or some non-profitable organization? There is still no proper legal framework that would explain how to work with social school enterprises. First, there are certain risks. Do the schools want to work with that without having this legal framework? Do they have the right to hire children? Starting what age? And our labor code dates back 1973. It's extremely outdated, and all of our legislators are mentioning that. But talking about social school entrepreneurship, we have to improve all of that. Another thing is that it's very difficult for children who are underage. It's accounting, which is the same as for ordinary enterprises and companies. I'm not saying that school enterprises should not be dealing with accounting, counting all of the expenditure and income, but they cannot do it at the same level as ordinary companies and enterprises if we're talking about these small companies at schools. And again, talking about the legislation, which is quite weak. Let me give you an example. If school social enterprise hires underage students, there is certain collision with how they should be paid for work done. Presently, the pieces of legislation on labor say that if school kids are working, they have an opportunity to pay the salary for the hours paid. At the minimum wage, according to legislation as of today, is 6,000 Ukrainian hryvnia. Even if the students do not work full-time for a month, there is a collision in legislation in terms of paying social fee, which is 22% from this 6,000 Ukrainian hryvnia. The law clearly says that if the salary is less than 6,000 Ukrainian hryvnia, 22% should be paid in addition by the enterprise. Another thing, talking about challenges that I see with legislation again, is regarding working with people with disabilities. The first speaker was talking about working children with disabilities, if I got her right. When we employ persons with disabilities, the percentage of social fee is less, 8.41%. But our legislation has certain criteria regarding this percentage. The employer hiring a person with disability should get a special certificate, which a person with disability can get only when they turn 18. So we should probably decrease the tax burden for such enterprises in legislation. Thank you so much. Irina, over to you. Good evening. It's very difficult to add anything to such a detailed breakdown, but I will also add something. Talking about the ministry, I agree with my colleagues 100% that one of the obstacles could be the lack of the state support. Not even the state at the national level, because there is support. The Ministry of Education happened that, the approval of the textbooks, but there should also be support at the local level. And there should be a clear understanding of the need, not only from the teacher's side. And here I'd like to also mention one challenge, an obstacle, a fear, a certain fear, because it was mentioned that this is something new, and new things are something that lead people to be careful. And given the legislation that has multiple flaws, so this is a challenge for the teachers. And I understand that, and personally speaking, a fear could also be an obstacle, because a lot depends on the teacher, whether they want to work with this initiative. And on the other hand, I would like to mention one more obstacle. The motivation for students to be engaged. It could be interesting, it could be very good for the state. It can be very good, and several ministries could be interested in that, because you were talking about economy, participation, youth development. But on the other hand, let us think whether youth is interested in that, because we have to base everything on the youth interest. So we should motivate the students to participate in that. We have to think about it at the very start and properly communicate that. Okay, another plus mark added here. Thank you. Ruslana, over to you. Thank you. I second what Irina has just mentioned. Why? Because if we're talking about the student's perspective, there should be initiative and accessibility of this information. Because yes, it's great if you have an awesome teacher at school, and it is great if you have a person who is ready to support children. But let's imagine there is no person like that at school. How can students learn about that? How can students find out about such opportunities? So we're talking about accessibility of information, about the fact that it does exist, the support by the students and the school team that is interested in one project or another. So I'd like to also add that it needs to be made popular, and general awareness raising and accessibility of the information that it does exist. You can use it, and here is where you can find out more about it. And I'd like to mention our project, Dear Digital Education, which has a cool educational series by the youth about entrepreneurship for the students. 6 modules, very easy to understand, taught by the students who created their own school business people, and extremely experienced business people who can tell more about how they started it. Everything is broken down, how the business can be created and organized, and what is needed for that. Yes, we have to make it popular. We have to use proper channels to make it more popular, to make school entrepreneurship more popular. And also, we have to provide real-life examples, because very often there are not enough real-life stories, success stories. Because again, the news mainly are covering negative things. Positive stories, though, are also there, and they should be provided as an example that demonstrates how that can be done step by step, and how you can implement any project Thank you. Look, this is what we have. Making it popular is something that was mentioned the most in this room. That's clear. You have heard that in Germany there are 10,000 enterprises, 130,000 children. There are some super entities, not simply school enterprises, regional and national unities that help them grow, that help them with foreign trade, all of the organizational matters. And Ministry of Economy and Regional Development, as if we have realized, also plays a very important role. Allocates the funding, helps with implementation of the ideas. At the moment, we have several dozens of school enterprises, so of course we need to make it more popular. Now, let us talk about the ideas. How do you think? Who should join this process to make it more popular? What are you ready to do? Your organizations, the agencies and ministry that you're representing here. So please share your experience with other social enterprises. How can they join you? What information channels can they use? Now we're going to start with this side. So Ruslana Karvanchuk, project manager from DIA Digital Education, have already started saying that there is educational series by entrepreneurs. But as far as I understand, it is about the real business. Yes. But social school entrepreneurship is a prototype of real business. Yeah, but in different conditions. So, by the way, we are getting questions online, and somebody is asking about where can you watch the videos from Hromadska TV about school enterprises. Maybe you should have some kind of a branch in DIA and put up all of this content there, which you could call social school entrepreneurship. Yes, I'll be very happy if at Digital Education we have additional videos about social school entrepreneurship. On the website and the platform, you can find information about what is the format, what are the requirements. We have special application form for that, so please join us. And right now, fill in this form so that we can contact with you as soon as possible. Also, how can we make this course more popular? How can we make other examples more popular? Of course, we in the first place have to take into account what the youth is interested in. We are aware of various Telegram channels, groups, websites where you can find additional information, where youth sources interesting information. And this information is also available on the websites of the school governance and school spaces. I'm not trying to take it away from the Ministry of Youth and Sports. We're talking about the Ministry for Digital Transformation and DIA Digital Education. There is a huge portal, DIA Digital Education, with over 60 educational series. The majority of them are also suitable for people with disabilities. So we are trying to also create something for children, teenagers with disabilities, because accessibility of information also plays an important role, and everybody can find some series that would increase their digital literacy. And in addition to that, you can also use such tools as the national test dedicated to digital literacy that will demonstrate whether you have proper level of economic literacy to either start your social enterprise or ordinary business. Another platform of digital education, DIA, is National Ukrainian School Online, which already has over 200 learning courses that are available for any school children, any student, any Ukrainian. So you can also look at that content, learn something new, and that will be very relevant starting new school year. Yes, so you can save this tab. So the main thing that I'd like to convey are these two platforms, the Digital Education and National Ukrainian School Online. And please do not forget about live communication, camps, like summer camps, centers for youth and students, and their information platforms. Or again, we can talk about interesting product placement in various series. Thank you.
Запитання якраз.
Thank you. And the questions from those who are watching us online. The interest in the offline live trainings, not only online courses. I'm sending this question to the organizers as well, to East Europe Foundation, to the projects of the foundation, because there is a huge wish of people to get through those full-scale trainings to develop their skills in the creation of the social school enterprises. Irina Belaeva, the director of the Department of Youth Policy of the Ministry of Youth and Sports of Ukraine, you could see that as for the popularization, it's the biggest request. So how can the ministry, in your opinion, be involved in that? Which resources and ideas do you have? Well, look, there used to be the request and the question about the live and offline trainings. That's what we can offer. In fact, as a perspective of cooperation with the East Europe Foundation, we've got rather successful cases of the cooperation in the competition of NGOs and so on. And we have, in fact, the resource. We've just signed the new program of Youth of Ukraine for the next 5 years. So what's our interest in popularization of this tool of social school entrepreneurship? Because we've mentioned that there are several ministries which could be interested in that. Our interest is, first of all, the work with the youth through the popularization of this tool as the work with the development of the skills. Not everybody will become entrepreneurs, and it's okay. But involving into this project, the young people are becoming more capable. They're trying, they're starting, and they will have more conscious choice of the future profession. They will be more competitive at the labor market in the future. That is why for us it's a priority of our new program, the development of the competencies of the youth, because we can do that. If there is the well-developed methodology of those developments and trainings, I don't know who they are created for, maybe only the teachers and the multipliers and trainers, but maybe also for the school children, for the students. We can organize this common work, the common training. We can also, as for the plans for the future, what we can do now, where we have plans now, and where we can involve this case as the practical case, success case on popularization. This year we are planning to conduct a huge forum on the development of pupil self-governance. Yes, the student self-governance is a bit different topic, but we're interested in the skills. The skill to take responsibility, to be involved in the decision-making process. And the school entrepreneurship is also the decision-making process. It's also the responsibility issue. So within even this year, when we conduct this forum, I think that we will be able to communicate more with the organizers of the today's event to involve in this forum one of the practical cases like popularization of this initiative, and then we will be thinking which practical steps can be done from our side. And also from other side, we can offer the network, the tool of the dissemination of information, the network of youth centers. We've got more than 380 centers like that all over the territory of Ukraine. So if we understand whom we are communicating for and what about, I think our youth centers could be the mediators, what we can be communicating with the help of what. So those two important trends. Yes, we found two powerful channels of communications in our government. That is the Ministry of Digitalization, which is ready to provide their resources, the Ministry of Youth, the youth centers, not virtual but real offline centers for popularization of this idea. And Larissa, what about your ideas? How can we popularize it? Because we have this sub-point, the fear of the teachers, of the accounting or the organizational works. And it's obvious that maybe we should act together with the MPs or somebody else to take away some fear and to decrease the load on the the accounting which has to be done by the social school entrepreneurship? Thank you for the question. That's a very nice question. As for popularization, I, as the founder of the women's entrepreneurship, I may say that it's not that scary as I said in the beginning. There are certain discrepancies in the legislation, but they can be found in different countries. If, as the previous speakers have mentioned, if we do not mention, we do not show the examples, if we don't study that, then there won't be any amendments and changes in the legislation, because nobody would know what should be changed if we don't begin to work. I personally, well, how can I be involved in this process? I can be involved in the process helping to prepare certain certificates and papers to show those moments which are still imperfect. As an entrepreneur, I can tell about my own experience, I can take part in the training measures and events, and I can show my own example that, for instance, I'm working for 16 years, and I am there, and I can go on working. You survived, right? You're the survivor after 16 years of work in business of Ukraine. Yes, I consider the topic of school social entrepreneurship is a very nice idea, and East Europe Foundation is the only one which popularizes this topic in Ukraine. There are some different projects which are just conducting the projects on social entrepreneurship, but East Europe Foundation is conducting and implementing the projects on school social entrepreneurship. So I consider that our youth is already mature enough when they don't want just to listen to the dry training courses. They want to have something practical. And me as a mother, I am responsible saying that, because just to listen to biology or physics without understanding why you need it in our lives, well, it's very complicated to take it to our youth. And the advantage is that if there are any, and again, coming back to the legislation, if there are certain discounts for the underage children and people, they are really interested in that. They want to work. They want to get certain money, earned money, revenues, and to distribute them. So we need some changes to the civil code. Well, I'm not even speaking about the amendments or changes in the legislation, because I began with that. But I would like to speak about the satisfaction of the young people who would like to realize somewhere, to find themselves, not to lose time, not to waste time running along the streets. And they're not even running along the streets, they're just sitting in the computers and pushing buttons, as I say. So just to find themselves before they become grown-ups. But then, if they just go along this stage of at the school entrepreneurship, they can work there as an accountant, they can work there, as I can hear, the deputy principal, and to understand what a huge load it is and why it is needed. They can try themselves in a different profession. So this young person will be choosing his or her profession, well, in a structured way. They won't just waste time going and working as a lawyer, but altogether then they will understand in 4 years that they did not need it. So we will save time, and we will get, I would say, persons who would really see why they are training, who they would like to become. From the perspective of the employer, I can see the big advantage that a young person is coming to me after the graduation, and they know how the enterprise is working. I don't need to tell that to the people, but they know it. And it's better for me to take such a young person than a person who doesn't know a thing after the whole course of training. Thank you, Larissa. You know what I'm thinking also, that the children who are coming through this system of social school entrepreneurship, they will have a different ethics of labor and a different productivity and efficiency. I don't know whether you could see these impressive statistics, but the production, the effectiveness of the labor in Ukraine is 6 and 7 times lower than EU and 17 times lower than Scandinavian countries, where they have the highest indicators of the efficiency of work, and which is led from the ethics of the work, on how the child or the young person, what's the attitude of the young person towards his or her obligations, because you can see lots of us are going on with this Soviet ethics of labor. How can I don't do anything and to have some money for that? Let us be frank and sincere. We are still bearing this legacy, and sometimes children are taking it as well. I as an employer will totally support you. Totally support. Okay, Artem Kornetsky, who is the co-founder of the Social School Entrepreneurship. By the way, well, it's not that true. I am the co-founder of the organization which popularizes the topic. You said that we have one topic, but it's not the one topic. We are cooperating with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Germany and with Child Fund Deutschland. But I would tell about several points. I would like to add several points to the previous remarks about the essence. It's not a prototype of social school entrepreneurship. It's not a prototype of the real business. It is real business, but with a different aim. It's not the aim of earning money or maximizing of the profits, but to teach children or the students how to use business. But if we do that according to the rules, how it's written in the guidelines, then it's real business. Let's not mix it. And according to the legislation, secondly, we found an option how it can be done legally in Ukraine. Would you share? Well, in the youth NGOs, we have it. It's described in the guidelines. All of those materials can be found at the East Europe Foundation. It has been described. You just need to find it out, those people who would like to do it, and it is really working. You can change something endlessly. You can update some of the legislation, but in fact, it can be done legally in Ukraine. Let me tell about ourselves, what we are doing. In fact, in Ukraine there are two projects which are done simultaneously. Within the first one, we are here. The second project is ours. I will repeat. It is done with the support of the Ministry of the Foreign Affairs of Germany. The Germans supported us, and Child Fund Deutschland supported us. The School of Me, my organization, popularizes the topic of social and youth and school entrepreneurship. What have we done about popularization? Whatever we created can be found with free access. Besides what I already mentioned, with the East Europe Foundation, we've created an online course at the platforms Rozumilo. It is for the educators, for those who would like to do something with the topic for the adults. An online course on the creation of school, on the teaching of school social entrepreneurship. For the educators, the teachers, for those who would like to be the curators of the school forums, we allocate and describe those roles, that there should be an adult, a grown-up, and you could see that we have the same system at the Germans, that there is some adult who is responsible for all of that, otherwise it wouldn't work. So this online course is totally open, please, everybody who desires. The platform's Rozumilo. The certificate can be done there, the loans and all the points. Let's move on. During my last project, we had enough time to make a so-called, as we named it, interactive video lesson. It can be found at YouTube with the free access, and it has the name Social School Entrepreneurship. Just Google it and you will find it. This video lesson, well, the idea was for any teacher at school to be able to conduct this basic introduction lesson with this topic. Before that, we created the guidelines for the teaching, but the lesson itself is an interactive material. There are some parts of the information there, and again, some of the exercises which are moderated by the teacher according to the guidelines, and the students in an hour and a half are creating some of the first ideas of those school firms, which can then be worked with. This was a high-quality product. It's again free for use. Everybody who desires, you can take it. It was by the way dubbed by Yevgen Malucha, so this was a very cool story. And also in the current project, we have launched the online portal. It's already has open access with the name of studbase.in.ua. And at this portal, we would like to have a catalog of school forums. It is already there for everybody who creates the school forum to be able to be added there, and then to have an overall database of those enterprises. I don't remember how many of them are there, but the first are there already. This will be the gravity point online for this topic. We do hope there will be news there, some information about the firms, some information about the organizations which are developing the topic, and about the experts, the coaches, the trainers, the curators, and all the others. And within this project, we are now conducting the training, as it was mentioned, about the trainings. Just in the next room, we have a module for trainers and curators of social school entrepreneurship. East Europe Foundation had its own way. We have our own way. First, we found an organization which have become ambassadors of this topic in the regions. They trained the trainers, and now they went to the schools. They created the competition for the schools. First they selected 20 schools, now 10 are left, and will create firms with the help of those ambassadors of ours. So now we have the module for the educators, and during the fall we'll begin the module for the school children in 10 schools. How many? 10 schools. It seemed to me 10,000 schools. No, so far 10 only, sorry. So for them we've got small grants, and they will register. We will help them for it to be properly registered, for it to be working how it should. And again, we've got all of the tools to make it properly. Artem, there is the question. Those schools which you came to with the idea of the creation of social school entrepreneurship, before you came, have they ever heard about such a phenomenon or not? And if they did, which channels or which additional channels should be there for this idea to be live and just be 10,000, not 10 schools? Well, this is the story that, first of all, the project of East Europe Foundation has begun earlier. Our target audiences intersected, and it's cool. And in the project of my organization and in the project of the East Europe Foundation, we have piloted some of the school forums, and we created some of the trainings, and those people began to tell about the topic, and some of them, the part of the new audience, came from our projects, but we've got some of the interesting stories. There is an American initiative, Junior Achievement, which have the name of Junior Achievement, but still they are about the same topic. So they are working in the US and lots of other countries, and in the 90s they had a project in Ukraine. So now at the training for curators, there is the school which took part in that older project in the end of the 90s or the beginning of 2000s, in the American project with the same topic. So there is a little layer of people and schools and organizations and NGOs, non-profit organizations, who know something, but those are not the figures I'm dreaming about. So that's why I'm speaking about state support. Now we have this program at the Ministry of Education website. When the teacher is going there, they can see there is an advertisement at the website of the ministry. Yes, there is the agenda of the course, which is published at the website of the Ministry of Education. For instance, the school can think which additional courses they could introduce into the curriculum, and there is our course. This is the popularization at the level of the state, and then those will be the thousands appearing. And also we are having the guidelines for the trainers, which is smaller, for the 2-day training. The idea is, again, even with a team, I cannot cover 10,000 of schools, even if I'm fruitful enough. But so our idea is to bring up the educators and the experts for us to have such a coverage. So we create the materials which we just give away, just take and teach. like the guidelines, the course, we also have the methodological guidelines for the 2-day course for the trainers. But the logics was to begin a short lesson, the video lesson, then the 2-day training, and then to launch the forum and the course, which should be introduced in the curriculum for those who would like to go on. So we have created the web page at this website, School of Me, of my organization, which you can Google. We have the separate page about the social school entrepreneurship, and all the materials which I described are gathered there at the one page. It's easy to find it. You should want to find it. Thank you. And Jana Gromnicka, who is the authorized person of the director of the principal of Berdichev Special School of Zhytomyr Region Council. I would remind you there are the children with mental disabilities there. So this is the idea of school social entrepreneurship under such hard conditions is just incredible. So it seems to me that your experience of this school should be popularized and among the state officials of the Ministry of Education and other ministries, and out of the above-mentioned local self-governance authorities. Maybe you've got some ideas how to share it, because for those children it's just critically important to get such a skill. I will just add what was mentioned by Artem about our way, our popularization, about our project. Yes, the way was full of obstacles, but I would like to say instantly that school social entrepreneurship course is implemented for the 9th and 10th grades. We got the textbooks, but the issue is that whatever we take, we need to adapt according to the capabilities of our children. Because when the guidelines and the curriculum was created, we had the principal, the director, and the deputy director on the upbringing work who is there among the audience and just directly with the tutors, with the pedagogues who were working in this project. They have created this course because they needed to adapt it to the capabilities and capacities of the children. This is how we're working. The specialized schools are always working like that. Whatever was interesting had to be adapted for our children, and then we'll get some outcome, first of all. So the course is working. It was an attempt, a test bullet, but still it is working. Yes, it is hard and the textbook is too complicated for our children, but I'd like to express my gratitude to all of our school pedagogues, because you really should have such a lively, enthusiastic collective of the people, of pedagogues who would like to do that and to change, to go along the way. This is the first point. Secondly, we constantly had lots of meetings, and those were the meetings with the local self-governance authorities and also with the entrepreneurs and just with the citizens. Those were the flash mobs, the fairs. But out of all of that, I would like to say what was hard. You know, it was like a very heavy load. There were two restraining elements. First of all, the distrust of the society. As I said, first of all, towards the children with special educational needs. Secondly, to the product of child's labor. I don't know how other people talked about that. Unfortunately, I did not hear because this... we never discussed that. Yes, it's an interesting... People are just afraid to use the products made by such children. But how did you explain that you guarantee the quality? Well, by the way, we created several videos. They were posted in Facebook and at our page. And they were posted at the webpage of our amalgamated community. So you could see that. And it was at the regional TV our videos were shown. So we do invite everybody, even if you go there. It was a kind of a red lamp, which was the way to get there, and it was an advertisement. What is there? We have the agrarian firm on microgreens growing. It is cool and it is trendy now, right? I would say it's fashionable now and delicious and useful. So you know who were the first customers of our products? Of course, Oh, pardon, we don't have that many parents, unfortunately. Not parents. Teachers, of course. Those were the teachers, the principal, when the children are coming and saying, will you buy the vegetables? The children were asking 35 hryvnia only, you can take. So it's our life. We had to do that, but it was really cool. It was so delicious. It was useful for the health. The children have their own emblem, and we brought the brochure. Well, I'm not ready. I did not take it. Yes, I will show it now. The children have their own t-shirts. We have a logo. So if you could see that in the video, we stick to all of the requirements of the sanitary inspection, because this is the food product we have a very serious attitude towards, and the same the children do, because this is a very touching product. You need to wash them and to sprinkle water onto it twice a day. So when the children are leaving, they say, don't forget to leave us the keys for us to come tonight and to sprinkle them again, to wash it and to turn off the lamps, because again we have the safety rules. So we were impressed by the responsibility and discipline of the children, because even they reminded us sometimes that it should be done properly and in a timely manner. But of course all of that has the bigger part of pedagogues' work, but that's why we exist, closer to those children, because the slogan of our school is not to be instead of children, but together with them. We started together with them. This is how we popularized our activities. And one more. You know, those first sprouts were growing. It was so pleasant for us to hear the local entrepreneurs of Berdichev city who began to acquire our products. This was the end of our project. It was closed. We achieved all of the requirements of the project, but our project is still alive. Not still, but is going on living. So the entrepreneurs are taking our products, microgreens, and they launched a special series of school pizza, and they are using that. They bake this pizza and they add some microgreens of ours, which is grown by the hands of our children. We have further ideas to invite those children to the enterprises, to show them their first job place, for children to try the role of a salesman or saleswoman or just employee. So those projects have the right for existence. You know, in the practice, we need to try anything, because on the paper, especially with our children, it won't be working. We need to provide daily practical activities. Of course, there were lots of meetings. We shouldn't get exhausted. We should tell, write, show. It's pleasant that there are some people from Vinnytsia region. We even had the first meeting. There were people coming to share experience, and we met them in the lobby today. They were at a different project as the coaches, so it was really pleasant. Do they have the institution with the special educational needs? No, with usual needs. So this was a dilemma, whether they should take us to the project or not. So we are really grateful to all of the founders and those who organized this project, that they believed in us, believed in the children, and gave us an opportunity to try ourselves. So my sincere gratitude from the collective of the school, from the teachers and schools, children, and we promise that we will go on developing. Thank you. Thank you for this incredible experience, and we have to finalize our meeting. I would ask you, in this short and quick mode, could you answer the question? Let's imagine that all of the challenges, or the majority of the challenges about the just simplification of the legislations and papers and the channels of popularizations, and the journalists are open and writing a lot about that, and the students are now not using gadgets only and came to work to the social school entrepreneurship. What will it change? How can it change Ukraine? How can it change school life, both children and grown-ups? Let's begin from the middle. Larissa, please. First of all, it changes the economic capacity of our country. We get the qualified employees and colleagues. We get the leaders who have some experience already and who would like to strive for something in their lives. So it's just an advantage for our country. Thank you. Irina, please. Well, I'm just reflecting about Berdichev's speech about microgreens. what I hear now, the examples which I can see, is a bit not about entrepreneurship. Maybe it is about entrepreneurship, but in the basics is responsibility and is consciousness. And what we get in the end of the day, conscious, responsible citizens. Because those people, those children who responsibly treat their own business, they will be responsible in front of their community as well, and about themselves in the community, in the country. And that paternalism, which you mentioned in the beginning of the conversation, gradually, thanks with such a project, it can be left behind, and we'll have the responsible youth in front of us and the better country, of course.
Thank you. Artem, over to you. Two things. When we go to school, well, not us directly, but our children when they're going to school, we're telling the students that pretty much you'll have two options in life. You are either working as somebody's subordinate or working independently. And unfortunately, in our schools, people are not talking that much about the second option when you're working independently. It would be great if it was discussed and revealed more. And for reason it says entrepreneurship, social, school entrepreneurship. When we're thinking about the topic, there are social projects, there are more of them, and the social entrepreneurship is about the future, about environment, about solving the challenges. And this works. It doesn't have to be exactly a business approach, not thinking about making money, but rather thinking about some changes in the community, positive changes. But it is possible, and there are plenty of the examples, thousands of them. So the idea is to demonstrate school children, students, youth, that you can become a business person. But in addition to that, you can have this icing on the cake to do something useful for the society at the same time while earning money. And it can do something good for the community. So now we just have to implement it. We have lots of preliminary ideas that need to be implemented. Among others, thanks to this project. Ruslana, over to you. There was a very good word, self-reliance, is that you're ready to change your life, that you're ready to really be responsible for your life, as Irina has said, to really raise people, the citizens who will not be afraid of it. It is also about confidence, about the activities that you do. You are responsible for your life. You are responsible for your environment. And you should do your best to implement ideas and turn them to life. And one more thing is about the fact that now there are lots of options which allow you to understand how you can switch your skills. Our education system is that you will study for 5 years to start doing something, and when you are on year 4 or 5 of the university, it might not be interesting, or it might even completely vanish, fade away. And all the recent research demonstrate that many jobs disappear, but lots of new are common. That is why social school entrepreneurship is about the knowledge of how to quickly change, obtain new skills, using all of available skills, adapting to something new, and obtain it new, not only digital, but other skills as well. Жанна? I agree with all of the aforementioned. Social school entrepreneurship is not about money, definitely not about money. We have realized that, and it was not even our objective. When you go through several trainings, the kids did that, the teachers did that, and very often there were 3 words: I want, I can, and I will. And this is something that we can. I can, I need, and I will. First, you should have the desire to do something. And the children should be confident that they can do that. And you have to demonstrate that it is needed. Because then all of these three words combined together allow us to advance and move forward. So I think that only if we have this trinity is something that allows us to implement social school entrepreneurship. But it's definitely not about the money. So thank you once again. Thank you. I'd like to thank all of the participants of this final panel discussion for doing a good job, for mentioning the challenges and the ways of overcoming them here and now. I, as a journalist, will now be following this topic. To be honest, I haven't heard a lot about social school entrepreneurship, and I am impressed by these stories. And I see how people are changing thanks to social school entrepreneurship. Now, our conference dedicated to social school entrepreneurship from idea to success is over. I'd like to spread the gratitude to the organizers, the Ministry for Development and Trade, Child Fund Deutschland, our partners from Europe, and East Europe Foundation. Thank you so much for promoting these innovations, which are very up-to-date, very much needed, very noble. Promoting them in Ukraine, so let's hope that one day, the same as in Germany, we'll have 10,000 school enterprises and over 100,000 children engaged in these activities. Thank you all for being with us online. The question that we haven't yet covered were collected, and the organizers will respond to all of the outstanding questions. So join Social School Entrepreneurship. You will succeed for sure.